Welcome, welcome for Best Music Coach. My name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 original soundtrack. I've never heard this before in my life. I've also not played this game, so this will be a very first listen. Everything I do say, talk about, breakdown is going to be off the top of my head in the moment. And without making you wait any further, let's start with this super high quality audio, which I'm so stoked to listen to. I actually got this off iTunes. Oh, great audio here. Let's start with where it all began. Here we go. Huh. Okay, so something we're going to be listening for, not just in this song, but for coming soundtracks. Like, there was one sort of main idea throughout this entire piece of music, and that was ba, 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 ba for the rhythm. But check this out. Check this out, check this out, check this out. See that? Ba 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 ba. We're gonna hear that echo. Ba 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 ba. Whatever it was. Whatever. It was 4 notes. And then ba 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 ba. Different note order, right? Ba 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 ba. Same idea. This group of 4 notes. So I think what's going to be interesting to look for is to find this motif, this idea of 4 notes going ba 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 through songs that come up. All right, let's go to the next one, which is Elysium in the Blue Sky. Let's check it out. Percussion creeping in the right ear. By the way, put headphones on or earbuds in if you can. This is really good quality audio. You can hear everything. Ooh. Okay, so one big idea we're going to look for here is this. Yeah, all of this. With this. Now it's interesting too, I can't quite put my finger on it, but it seems to me that there was a vocal track in the Persona franchise, perhaps, that had a similar melodic gesture as that. Boo-doo-ba, boo-doo-ba. Could be totally wrong. But anyway, this one is called Argentum, which is going to be as good as silver to me. You playing? All right, now it's playing. Sorry. New controls. I'm sure my iTunes. So happy. Huh. You can hear the strings are live too. Does not sound like a VST or audio unit. Whoa, dominant 7. I'm like 4. Okay, so a very playful and fun piece of music. Part of what made this sound the way it did was if we look at like back in here. So part of what makes this sound the way it does is the fact that it's essentially using the Mixolydian mode, or it's hanging out on a dominant 7 chord as opposed to a major or a major 7 chord. So typically we think of home bass as being something like this or like this, but instead what's happening here is the music is hanging out on has a lot more excitement and tension in it compared to the major 7 or just the major chord. Let's listen to the next one, which is called Argentum Night. Oh, I see. This is going to be apparently we're in a place called Argentum, so it's a silver place, and this is going to be the night theme. So we just heard the day theme, and this will be the night theme, which I assume will be a little slower and a little sleepier, if any music from any video game I've ever played. Anyway, let's do it. Yeah, there you go. Oh, these are live instruments too. I'll tell you how I know. Oh! piano there that's just shredding in there. Okay, so a lot of beautiful things going on here. One thing I want to pull out and show you is a lot of times one of the most common chord progressions we hear in minor keys is going to be like a then be flat 6, flat 7, 1. What we heard here was a flat 6, flat 7 to a major 1. Let's listen back to it. Yeah, there it was. Right. F, G, A major. Beautiful thing there. You hear that in gospel sometimes too. You hear it in pop, not super often, but we sure do hear that quite a bit in video game soundtracks, and it's a lovely way of not going too jolly. Because sometimes with major chords, can sound a little jolly, a little too jolly maybe. So we can temper that jolliness by going. Excellent. Let's listen to the next one called Bana's Theme, also known as the original Hulk's theme. Let's check it out. Wait, what do you mean this is not the Hulk's theme? Eric Bana was the first theme. This is Bana's theme. Ergo, I'm just joking. Okay, this next one is called A Ship in a Stormy Sea. And the name of the ship was a Billy O.T. The wind blew hard. Her bows dipped down. Check it out. Ship in a Stormy Sea. Okay, well, a lot of really interesting things going on here. One thing I want to point out to you guys was, where was it? I got so caught up in listening to how fun this song was, I forgot to take notes. Normally I write down times of things to go back and listen to, but this was enthralling to the point that... Yeah. Okay, so first, I was going to tell you how I know these are live instruments and not VSTs. So I know these are live instruments, not VSTs, because of the variances in intonation. So intonation, think tone like tuning, like how in tune, intonation, in tune, like how in tune you are. And you can hear that there are these slight variances in the tuning of the way the instruments are played, the live instruments are played, which means... either it's a VST or an audio unit that is incredibly detailed to the point where you have actually variances between different pitches that are played, which, by the way, VSTs and AUs, they're headed in that direction where you like can't tell the difference at some point in the future. We'll get there. But yeah, you could hear the slight differences in intonation. Now, that's how you can tell the left. Now, here's something I want to point out. Yeah. Hear that sound? Yeah, right there. My girlfriend's like, what is he doing in there? Yeah. And then right there at the end too sounded like right there in the end. In the right hand you hear bah! Listen, see if you can hear it. See if you can hear it. It's right at the end here. So there's a couple ways of making that sound happen. Number one is to kind of growl, which means you're gonna sing into the instrument as you play it. That's to create a growl. And then for making those rips, those are called brass rips. I'm actually not a brass player, so I'd be very curious if anyone watching this right now in the chat, or if you're in the comments, comment. Let me know how you think they made this sound things. Sound to me maybe like French horns being overblown. Let me know how brass players do that, because I'm actually not sure if that's a growl or if it's something else. That'd be very cool to know and understand. So if anyone is a brass specialist, please let us know in the chat or in the comments. This next one is called The Ancient Vessel, which is also what I called my old car. Let's go. French horn rip. Yes, French horns. Yes, but... Oh, ba boogie ga. We had our little rhythm thing start this melody off. Yeah, ba boogie ga. Every time this melody comes around, it's taking this piece, a motif, an idea from that first song we heard today. It's too low for oboe. This is most likely English horn, Killer King. Or oboe, maybe. Oboe sounds a little honkier in my opinion. You can mix it, though. Oh, little sus4 to 3 there. As you know, when the chord is sus. Okay, so someone from the chat named Bex Lizard. Bex Lizard says that if I were to imitate an embouchure, now embouchure is the fancy word to describe how you purse your lips when you play an instrument like the flute, the clarinet, the saxophone, and brass instruments like the trumpet, trombone, tuba, things of that nature. We're going to go ahead and see if I can go ahead and imitate the brass lip. Kinda. Okay. And then we also had someone else from the chat say, all right, so rips are most common French horn. I believe it's a combination of a small partial difference between the notes as you go up the register. So you can go from low to high quick. Now, I'm not a brass player. I played a trumpet once or twice in my life. So that's going to be my approximation. Music to my ears of what it sounds like. Right, so you can change pitch when you buzz your lips. Right, yes. That sounds pretty rippy. By the way, if this is your first stream, welcome. We're so glad to have you here. Okay, this next one is called Exploration. Okay, I want to point out some things that are absolutely sick in this song. Alright, so number one, this transition here. Alright, so come out of this sort of like chorus area. This is kind of like the chorus. And that, whoa, 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 that someone taking, oh, I don't have a guitar with a whammy bar. So you're hitting a whammy bar, which is then modulating the tone of each note as you're playing, which gets that, whoa, that kind of sound. Someone said in chat, the last time I was giving demonstrations by voice, it was not going to be the only weird sound I was going to make today. You were right. And then this transition here to this funk part here, that's F-U-N-K, funk. here it's going back and forth. All right, so panning is essentially what that is. And what it's doing is pan. And I know, yes, audio people, that panning is maybe not technically a verb, but you get the idea. And so what it's doing is taking the sound and it's moving the sound between your ears like this back and forth. I thought this was sick. In addition to the guitar playing being fire. And then coming in here to this guitar solo, insane in the membrane. Wow. Love that. That's easily my favorite song so far. This one is called A Portent Crawling Over. Not important, but a portent is in like a future, a sign of the future. Oh, this is creepy. Spooky, spooky, spooky. Creepy, creepy. Oh, this is so creepy. Okay, some of you are going to learn... Sorry. I hear my heart beat to the beat of the drum. Okay, so some of you are going to learn a new word today. And the word is called crescendo. Crescendo. Say it with me. Crescendo. Crescendo. Crescendo is the fancy music word for things getting loud. So... Here, right here. It's like quiet, creepy, louder, 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 louder. Right there, that's called a crescendo. You could also just say, things getting loud. Anytime you hear things go from quiet to loud, that is called a crescendo. Well, piano was quiet. The process of going from, well, okay, and we can have a very interesting conversation some other time about the difference between decrescendo and diminuendo. But yes, also in fancy music terms, piano means quiet. Guitar doesn't mean loud. Piano is actually an Italian word, and in this case, meaning soft. All right, let's listen to the next one, which is called Elysium in the Dream. Elysium in the membrane. Elysium in the dream. Let's check it out. We heard that before. All right, we've heard some of these motifs before. This is beautiful. Elysium the Blue Sky. Okay, no duh. Because then we're back to Elysium in the Dream. That makes sense. Oh, get very Pat Metheny there for a minute. Okay, so interesting to hear. We basically had the same, theme as Elysium before, just presented in different ways. I think this was slowed down a little bit too. Different instrumentation. Really, really a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece of music. Now, when I say the same theme, what I mean is if we go back and we listen to Elysium, you'll hear it's like the same melody. The same idea. And so what composers will do is they'll take that idea and then they just present it to you in different ways. It's like if you've ever watched, what's that show called? Chopped, where you get these chefs in and they have to cook like 3 different dishes featuring one ingredient, or they have 3 different versions of one ingredient, or like some version of that. It's like that's what these composers are doing. They're taking one idea and then they're presenting it to you in many different ways. And then because they're doing that, that's why you then associate that music with a place, a person, or a thing. And once you associate that thing with a person, place, or theme, it is then no longer just a motif, it's then a leitmotif because it's associated with a person, place, or thing. This next one is called The Awakening, or perhaps The Awakening. Let's check it out. Yeah, ba-da-ga-da. We have that rhythm motif now again. Desolation? Okay, so many bits and pieces and ideas, little ideas of things we've heard so far. So go all the way back to where it all began. Ba, 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 ba. That ba, 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 ba. We're hearing that now all over the place. We just listened to The Awakening, right? Right. Ba, 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 ba. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Okay. This next one is called Crossing Swords or Swords. Let's check it out. Ah, come on now. One, two, three, go! I love that techno. Synth coming in there. Beautiful fake out on that breakdown. Oh, come on. Come on. This time. Okay, something I want to point out, which is pretty cool, it's called palm muting. So how the guitar is able to make that kind of a It's something called pommating. So that sound that you just heard in that song is created by striking the strings of a guitar without anything going on, and then also laying the actual skin of your hand on the guitar strings. So then you actually get this little muted, muffled sound. So listen, no skin, skin. So. And that is how that sound gets made. All right, this next one is called Incoming with an exclamation point. Let's do it. Oh, this is genius. Oh yeah, come on. Come on. 1, 2, here we go now. Faking me out again. Come on, guitar. Total thrash with brass. Okay, I want to break down two words with you guys so you can understand what I mean. So thrash metal was invented in the 80s. Thrash metal is like early Metallica, even up to like maybe Freedom and Justice for All, definitely thrash. Now what we can hear right here at the end is very thrashy, but we have added brass. We have added in sounds like... I have to take a guess because the brass is mixed back pretty far. Sounds to me like French horns playing, along with that arpeggio that we heard at the very beginning as well. Right, so we heard the same thing in the intro as the outro, and the second word I want to break down for you guys is shred. Okay, so listen to the lead guitar. The lead guitar is the thing that's playing a lot of notes really, really fast. Maybe here, right here. Those notes, that's shredding. Shredding means to play any instrument super duper extra double chocolate fast. That's what that is right there. So 2 words for you: thrash from thrash metal and shred. There you go. And the next one is called Gormotti Forest. Let's check it out. Oh, how pretty. Beautiful xylophone left here, possibly marimba. Ah, there you go. That was a little sus chord to a non-sus chord right there. Sus resolve. Beautiful. Okay, so Bravia Game Music from the chat asked a question about the song. They asked, is this song a waltz? Now, that's an interesting question. So, the short answer is no. The long answer is, well, kinda, sorta. Kinda, sorta, because this song is in 3/4. 3/4 time is a safe bet. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So even if you know nothing about music, do you hear how me counting 1, 2, 3 kind of lines up with the music? It kind of feels right. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now here's the thing. Waltz dances, the dance of a waltz, is also in 3/4. That's when you can count the music in threes. So, here's the thing. Unless someone is dancing a waltz to this, or it's intended for someone to dance a waltz to it, it is technically not a waltz. It's just a song that's in 3/4. However, in common speak, in common language, people very often will say waltz time instead of 3/4. Kind of a shorthand way of going about it. Not technically incorrect, but just understand that all waltzes are in 3/4 time, but not all songs in 3/4 time are in fact waltzes or a waltz. Okay, excellent. A fun little music theory tidbit there on the time signature of Gormotti Forest. The time signature, for those of you who don't know music at all, is really just the way we're going to count, like we counted 1, 2, 3. That just means we're going to count it as 1, 2, 3. All right, this next one is called Gormott, and then we have Gormott Night coming up. Let's check it out. Drums are great. Strings are working today. these voices do sound like a VST. I could be wrong. Don't think I am. So now I'm going to point something out to you guys that you may have heard literally hundreds of thousands of times in songs throughout your lifetime, but never knew what you were hearing. Check this out. Right there. You that? That? Right there. Right there. That. Type a 1 in the chat if you heard that sound. I'm going to play it for you one more time while people type in the chat. Right there. Everyone hear that? 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. All right. A lot of you guys are hearing that. What the heck was that? Says someone with a 1. Okay. If you didn't hear it, don't worry. Go back and listen to this after the stream. Jerome the Wise says explain. I will explain because you guys have heard noises like that your whole life and you probably just had no idea what they were. What it is, it's literally the sound of someone's finger. You hear that? Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear what I just did. Yeah, that little squeaky sound? That's what that sound is. It's actually the sound of the bass player's hand squeaking along. Yeah, well, frets, no, not quite. I would think of a fret slide as actually you're pressing down and sliding. So it's not that. You're actually sliding across an unfretted string, essentially, and that sound of the finger dragging across the string makes that squeaking sound. Very, very cool. All right, we all learned something today. That was really cool. All right, let's keep this rocking and rolling with Gormott Night. Gormott's applesauce. Beautiful to hear this melody in the Gormott day. Oh, and this interesting thing happening over here. And that little chromaticism in there, you hear an undertale a lot too. Mama say, mama sa, mama makusa. And you hear how loose the skin of that bass drum is. That'd be an actual like bass drum. Interesting high whistle sound. Sounds like a flute or a shakuhachi being overblown. I'd guess maybe an overblown shakuhachi. Yeah, right there. And again, could be piccolo being overblown too. Oh, and I'll point out this other sound too. It's really high whistling here. Right there, you hear that? That thing there? Again. You guys hear that high whistling sound? That sounds like when you actually blow, it's like kind of like you're blowing into the flute like a wrong way, or possibly a shakuhachi. Yeah, it's like you're blowing into the flute the wrong way, and that creates that very, very, very high. Would normally be an overtone. Yeah, I don't think it's birdsong. It sounds to me like an overblown flute or something like that. Yeah, it is kind of like the wind in the distance. Or if you you've ever lived somewhere where when it gets really windy, maybe at night, you can actually hear the wind like literally whistling through like little cracks in the siding of the house or something like that. Someone should make a Dan Inhuman Noises compilation at this point. So we're just, I don't know. Okay, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with Battle. As I say, we're going to go into battle. Sus 4 there. Okay, number one, amazing song, ton of fun, loved it. Number two, something I want to point out is the use of repeated rhythmic patterns to build tension and create drama. So check this out. Da-da-ga-dum, da-da-ga-dum, da-da-ga-dum. So right there, that's one example. Da-da-ga-dum, 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 da-da-ga-dum. Drama, excitement. There's one other place I'll find it. Oh yeah, okay. So look, and then, all right, what's really cool is like, okay, so we listened to Devil May Cry 5, right? And it was basically like techno meets metal. Now what we're having here is we have this sort of metal thrash guitar thing going on, right? But on top of that, we have like regular piano, like doing sort of honky-tonky, bluesy, kind of poppy stuff going on. And then on top of that, we have like these glitch sounds coming in here, these electronic things. All right, here it comes. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what you hear is after that, ba-da-ga-gum, ga-ga-ga-gum, you could hear everything. It's all about the repeated patterns to build the drama and tension. You can hear the violins there. All right, everyone's together. Glitches. Yeah. And back to it. Go. Down. And right there, it's another repeated pattern. Ba, ba, ba. Wait. Ba, ba, ba. And using just that rhythm alone creates a lot of tension, a lot of drama, a lot of interest in the music. All right, this next one is called Torigoth. Let's check it out. Again, we're hanging out on the dominant chord, essentially. So it has this kind of Celtic vibe to it, right? And the way the melody's phrased almost feels like it's not in 4/4, but it is. Almost going like, I heard steel pans in there. So it's like Jamaican Celtic. ukulele thing going on in there too. It was a very interesting mix. Oh, it's like islands, right? Ireland's an island. Jamaica's an island. Hawaii's an island, where the ukulele comes from. It's like island music. Is this place an island in the game? Huh. Okay, so what's really interesting about this piece of music, it was like influence. Okay, sure, yeah, there was guitar in there and things like that, which is now used in contemporary Celtic music, sure. But looking at the influences here, it almost sounds like Celtic in terms of like the melody, like this kind of not a jig thing, right? Because it's in 4/4, not like 6/8. So we have influences from Ireland, which is an island. We had steel pan, which is like from Jamaica, or like the Caribbean islands. Then we had ukulele, which is from Hawaii, technically, even though it came over on ships from Spain, but really we're going to count Hawaii as the origin of the ukulele island. So it's like we have musical instruments and influences from 3 different islands all coming together, combined in this one piece of music, which I find to be absolutely fascinating and a very interesting connection, and created a very original sound. I've never heard a piece of music like that before. I mean, I've heard things like kind of like it, but not with those sort of flavors. Those it's like if you're used to having like a really good Thai peanut sauce, right? And then you go to another Thai restaurant that like makes a different type of peanut sauce, and you're like, oh, I know you put something different in this peanut sauce than the peanut sauce I'm used to having. And you can hear it's like, oh, there's a similarity. They're both peanut sauces, but one of these things is not quite like the other. We're live, by the way. All right, this next one is called Torigoth Night. Oh yeah, Outer Wilds. Okay, I hear what you're saying, Jerome. Not quite though, but I hear what you're saying. about to double down on my island thing. Okay, so yes, slide guitar is often thought of as belonging to the country genre. However, there is such a thing called Hawaiian slide for a reason, because the slide guitar is actually very popular in Hawaiian music. In fact, a lot of times when you hear what you would think of as Hawaiian music, it's actually slide guitar being played. I'm thinking about like, if you ever watched SpongeBob, like the moments there, that's all slide guitar. So let's listen out here, and I'm going to point out to you again, Hawaiian slide, possibly another island connection here. Hear that? That, it's twice as high as what I just sang. Yeah. That sound right there. Here it is again. That right there would be the slide. Yeah. The okay. So, another input, another data point, perhaps supporting the hypothesis that these songs are island inspired. Okay, this next one is called Wanted Nia, which is interesting because I want lunch. Here we go. Oh, Torigoth means cut off in Welsh. Huh. Torigoth Manath Manu. I can't speak Welsh. Okay. Now, if you want to know why I'm laughing because, like, if you've ever watched stand-up comedy, what makes stand-up comedy funny 100% of the time is when you expect the stand-up comedian to say one thing and they say something else that makes sense with what they said, but is totally unexpected. In the same way, when I expect something to happen in the music and something totally unexpected happens, it's funny, which is why I laughed. So I want to point out a couple times here where something completely unexpected happened. Like right there. Like, bong! So when you have moments like that, where something that you really, really don't expect to happen happens, but it also kind of makes sense, that is beautiful, beautiful humor, and of course that translates to music as well. This next one is called Omens. Wow, Omens of Life. We've had portents, now we have omens. We're getting heavy on things. You better throw some salt over your shoulder and not cross a black cat's path, and I'd put sage over your doorways or whatever else you got to do. All right, here we go. Omens of Life. These are reversed sounds here. I'll break it down for you after the song. So we're doing 1 flat 6 flat 7 progression here. Flat 6, flat 7, back to 1. Oh, big reverse sounds here now. Yes, very good, Bex. It's a minor one this time, exactly. Okay, it's time again for me to make some weird sounds to demonstrate ideas of what's going on in the music to you. So, we have these moments where you're hearing sounds like this. I'll show you again. We have times in the moments, there's times in the music where there's moments where you hear sounds like this. All right, check this out. Where was it? Right here. That. Where it's going like that. Right. So that sound right there that's actually a reverse sound. So you take a normal sound like this, and you go, I can't even do it. Right? So you're actually reversing the sounds. What they do is actually play the sound, and they take the sound file and digitally flip it around backwards. And that's how you get the sound that we just heard there. Okay, let's listen to the next one, which is called Awakened DNA. Ba da ga da. By the way, speaking of awakened DNA, I don't know if you know this, but every time I make one of those reverse sounds, like somewhere, someone who has a recessive X gene turns into an X-Men when they hear that sound. It's actually the trigger. So the X-Men are actually real. I'm actually ground zero for the X-Men. Every time I make a reverse sound, like with my mouth like that, someone hears it and it actually awakens their latent X DNA, and then they become a mutant with incredible powers. So whoever heard that today and now has wings, you're welcome. This next one is called A Nopon's Life. Well, that's no way to live, and that's no pun intended. Perfect music for that awful pun, says Breakfast. Mandolin or balalaika going on there. Balalaika maybe sounds like single string. And that sounds like every song from the 20s ever. 30s maybe. I can't put a song name to it, but I know there's 10 songs, and one of those songbooks, it's all the public domain songs that you could get in there, and on the front has someone singing, and it's Sing with Freedom or something like that. And that songbook, I'm telling you, has so many songs that sound exactly like this. Love it. This next one is called Tiger Tiger. Do it. Not at all what I was expecting. I was not expecting chiptune. Oh, okay, there's gonna be a couple different games, looks like mini games, it sounds like. could change. That little start right there, oh, so snez. Even Ness, even. Well, what can I say about the compilation of tunes that is Tiger Tiger? I'll sum it up with one word. You ready for it? Quaint. How very quaint. Oh, Mr. Darcy, how very quaint. It's so wholesome. It reminds me of being a child, sitting in my aunt's basement at Thanksgiving, playing her NES Nintendo system. Things were simpler back then. All right, a Brewing Storm. Let's check it out. Ooh. I'm telling you, this has got to be the tune of I Am the Walrus. I mean, the tempo, not tune. One of those T words. Oh gosh, I'm gonna break the snare down for you after this. Delicious sound. All right, check this out. So the drums are like dun 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 dun. Check out the sound here. What a deliciously splatful sound. Hey, if you're a gamer and you'd like to understand more about music theory, you want to actually understand the music of your favorite games and learn more about how to read, write, and understand music, there's a free download for you. It's pinned in the chat. It'll also be put in the description below. You can get it. It's for free for you. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory right now. Go check it out. It is for you for free. Go grab it. Just click on that link. Awesome. Thank you all so much for joining me. Like, subscribe, crush that notification bell, and I will see y'all in the next one. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan Spencer, and today you're watching me, well, a music teacher, watching and reacting in real time, if you can't tell by the fact that I'm messing everything I'm saying up right now, live and in real time to Xenoblade Chronicles 2. This is part 2, the soundtrack. I've never played this game before. I've never heard this music before in my life, so everything I do say, talk about, breakdowns gonna be off the top of my head in the moment, and we're going to rock and roll. So let's just hit play and do this thing. We're gonna start with Titan Battleship. We're live. Welcome everyone in the live chat. Let's do this thing. Here we go. Oh! Right here, this is called syncopation. We'll break down that idea. Okay, let's talk about syncopation. So basically, there's a thing called a pulse, and the pulse is where we feel like the music generally is. So this is where, like, if you're even if you know nothing about music, like when you listen to music, you kind of like can bop your head up and down with the music, right? So where you're bopping your head up and down with the music, that's generally the pulse. Now, what syncopation means you're breaking the feeling of that pulse. And you can only have syncopation if you first establish the pulse, because the whole point of syncopation is that it takes your feeling of this is where the pulse is, this is where I'd bop my head up and down, and then it messes with where you feel like you should bop your head up and down. So, all right, so check this out. Bop your head with me. See how it's harder to bop your head up and down here? So, I'll clap and I'll show you. So here's the pulse. Right, it's right with the music. I gotta turn my headphones up. So you can hear that the pulse still happens during syncopated parts. It's just you have those violins, bakum, 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 bam, 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 doing that thing over where it pushes you out of the pulse. Let me turn my headphones up so that I don't throw myself off, because my clapping's louder than the music. All right, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling with the next one, which is called Monster Surprised You. Not to be confused with Monster U, which I think was a spinoff of Monsters, Inc. Here we go. And it's U-Y-O-U, not U as in university. Here we go. Come on now. All right, that was super fun, and I just realized I did not tune my guitar yet. By the way, if you're watching this afterwards, we're actually streaming this super early in the morning, and we're streaming in late November, which means heating comes on and off in the house. I'm in Delaware, so the temperature fluctuates like nothing else. That's what happens. Yeah, also I need to get this guitar set up. But enough excuses. So, a real cool, interesting thing here is to think about the juxtaposition between power chords and inverted power chords. So, that's a power chord. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 1 and 5 at the same time. Now, what inversion means is we're going to take this lowest note, we're going to pop it up above the other one. So we, instead of having 1 and 5, we have 5 and 1, but 1's just higher. So that right there, that sound is inverted power chords. You could also think of it as a perfect fourth, but I don't like to think of it as a perfect fourth, even though technically the interval is a perfect fourth. Really what it is you take a power chord and then you invert it. So if we were to do this without inverted power chords, it'd be like this. It doesn't have quite the same ring as does it. So, inverted power chords. Okay, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. That was also, by the way, a really awesome song that I really enjoyed. Okay, this next one is called something. Irritation. Irritation. Evaporation. Is someone at the door? Okay. All right. I'm ready for okay. So look, what we heard here again is this idea of using these intervals of a fourth, or really I'm thinking of them as an inverted power chord. So underlying the whole thing we have and the drums have a repetitive pattern too. And so what that does, that creates a feeling of, well, something's happening. It's like tension, like anticipation. It's like the same thing over and over again, creates that tension. And then on top of that is like, just playing around again with those fourths, just like we had in that last song. So let's keep an ear out and an eye out, and perhaps, yes, if you have a hole in your sock, a toe out for these fourths moving forthward. Okay, let's keep it going with the next song, which is called Where We Used to Be. Eli Terp's got all their toes out. Hey-o. Chat is informing this is the theme of the title screen. Very pretty. In those seconds in the chord voicings. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yes. Okay, beautiful. Here we are back to our main theme. I mean, we heard it a second before, but like, the really beautiful interpretation here. Sorry, I'm talking a lot over the music. Oh, was that the ba-da-da-da going on that we heard in disc 1? Oh, we heard it as part of the main theme. Very beautiful. Anna Patty from the chat says the hardest part of this game isn't the game's difficulty, it's getting past the title screen with music like this. I agree. Very tasteful, very delicious. All right, so something I pointed out at the beginning of this was the seconds in the... Where was that? Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, right there. So here I want to play these two notes together. Yeah, it's like tension. So, and let me show you what I mean by tension. Tension, resolution. Tension, tension, resolution. Tension, resolution. And so when you have these moments in chords where you have like these intervals coming through, that really does create tension. And that change between the tension and then the resolution of that tension disappearing, going to something that feels a little bit more stable or might sound more stable, that brings a lot of interest into the music. And, This is a morning stream. My computer just changed from nighttime to morning time. Super cool. All right, this was fun. All right, let's check out the next one, which is called Friendship. Oh, yeah, so the color on the thing just changed too. Oh, that's fun. Beautiful. Huh. Huh. Two guitars playing at the same time? Oh, electric bass coming in at the end. Just for 2 notes. Ah. It's in there now. Oh, love that. There's 2 things I want to point out here. Yes, beautiful, beautiful. All right, 2 things I want to point out. Number 1, okay, a lot of times in video game music, in music in general, you will hear a call and a response. And the call and response can happen with 2 of the same instruments, 2 different instruments. The response can sound different from the call. But check out this call and response from the very beginning of this. Now listen for the response. So the trumpet calls out, or the horn I should say, perhaps bugle. Here it is. Here's the call. And here's the response in the strings. Playing the same thing. Beautiful call and response there. That little sharp 5 there. Anyway, and then right at the end here. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to play it back. Listen for the violins. If you're wearing headphones, they're going to be in your left ear. Listen to this. Sick. Love it. All right. This next one is called The Towering Yggdrasil. Hey, you thought that one was going to trip me up with my pronunciation. No. I'm all good on my Norse mythology. All right, let's get this thing rocking and rolling with Towering Yggdrasil. So arpeggiating sus chords here. I think. A beautiful and majestic piece of music. Real quick from the chat, Eli Terp said that when they were watching my stream the last time, I was making some noises to demonstrate the sound of different instruments and woke their dog up. And just as a side note, this has nothing to do with music, but I just want to share this with you. And I'm sorry if this is your first stream. You're like, why is he sharing personal stories? Get back to the music. But hang out with me. One of the most amazing things in the world is when you make a sound that a dog has never heard before in its life. The look it gives you is the most amazing thing I've ever seen in the world. Like, you look at a dog and it's never heard you go before. Like, you just get eye contact with your dog and go, and the eyes get what, the head tilts, the ears, and they're like, what is going on? How are you doing this? But yes, I just want to put that in there because that is just one of the most joyful things I think I've ever experienced in my life. All right. Yes, very beautiful. Let's talk about the music real quick. Yeah, so that's essentially arpeggiating a sus4 chord. So if we were to play that as a chord, it would be that. And then just breaking those notes up. Very cool. So yeah, when the chord is sus, meme it, believe it. Let's keep going with Ophion. So we actually heard this before, but it was metal last time we heard this. Huh. Okay, so we actually heard this piece of music before, but with guitars. Perhaps it was Battle? I forget the name of it. No. Anyway, we heard this song before, but it was with guitars. It was heavy metal. The last time we heard this song. Anyone know the name of it? Incoming. Perhaps? Maybe? I don't think so. Anyway, we heard it before. We actually heard this entire song before. So this was an orchestral presentation of it. That before we heard it as a heavy metal rock song. And yeah, super cool. Come on, chat, help me out here. What was the name of the song when we heard this before? It was all heavy metal. Come on, we can do it. Ship at Stormy Sea. We'll find it eventually. I mean, there's only 25 songs in the first disc. No. We have heard this song before. Yeah, we heard this one before, but it was heavy. All right. If you're on this live, I'm sorry. We're going to go find this. Well, not I'm sorry. We're going to go find this. Okay, let me go back, listen to this one more time, make sure I'm good to go, and we're going to find the original. Yeah, we heard this song before. Alright, we heard this before. Heard it before. No. No. We're gonna find it. No. No. Titan Battleship, says someone. Was that in the first one? That was in the first, We'll find it. Nope. We'll find it. Exploration, maybe? I don't think so. We'll find it. We're gonna find it. He says, hemorrhaging viewers. Okay, we're gonna find it though. Yeah, we heard this before. We definitely did. Okay, we're gonna find it. If anyone can figure it out, let me know in the chat. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's from Xenoblade 1 and I'm just remembering it from Xenoblade 1. That's possible too. Is there a song in Xenoblade? Because we have heard this before. I know for a fact we have heard this before. Oh, chat, come on now. We've heard this before. Come on, we can do this. Like this part right here. We've heard this before, but it's heavy metal. We've heard this before. I'm not tripping. Someone is going to get it in the comments after the stream. Oh, my goodness. Someone's going to catch it. Anyway, we're going to keep going here with Womb Center. So what's funny is this is sort of like a play on the main theme. It's kind of like a creepy version of the main theme. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Dominant 7. All right, I want to point out a really odd sound in this. Hear that? Dump. Listen to that. Listen for it again. Hear that? You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like someone has a mic on the piano and someone's actually stroking the piano strings behind like where the hammer hits them. That's what that sounds like to me. Because if you've ever been a curious person named Dan and had time alone in a room with a piano and tried to make all the different sounds a piano could make with it, you will know that that is what the strings of a piano sound like when you hit them, like with a guitar pick or something. There it is again. You could also possibly make that sound with a guitar. To me, that sounds more like piano strings, or could also be behind. No, that's too high pitched. No, it might be a guitar. Might be a guitar just doing really high voicings. Because I'm hearing some variations in the pitch there. Yeah, and it sounds to be about 6 every time. So probably actually a guitar. Very interesting sounds there. All right, this next one is called Garfont Mercenaries. Hey, you don't want the Garfont Mercenaries. You want yourself the Farfont Mercenaries. Or the Darfont Mercenaries. Or the Carfont Mercenaries. Or the Barfont Mercenaries. Or the Arfont Mercenaries. They're more pirates. I was straight up about to break this some Gordon Lightfoot off those first 2 chords. Like some Bob Dylan. That was cute. We're going to go straight through Garfont Mercenaries Night. I'll have something to say about the night and day, and then we're going to go back to our Ophion thing that we were working on before. Sus 4. Ah, beautiful. Listen to the sound in your left ear. This is pizzicato. So when someone plays a violin with their finger. Now back to the bow on the violin. Same instrument, completely different sound. Okay. Let's tie this thing up. All right, check out Ophion, and then we're going to go listen to a tune from Xenoblade Chronicles 1 called An Obstacle in Our Path, because chat did some sleuthing. I think we may have a connection there. So let's check out Ophion. So this is what we thought. We're going to look for that pattern. We're also going to look for this. Yeah, all right, now let's see. This is going to be it. Is this it? Is this it? Nope. Try again. We'll come back to it. Mechanical rhythm, says someone. All right, let's try. Mechanical rhythm. All right, mechanical rhythm, definitive edition. Go. There we go. Sorry, someone said mechanical rhythm before. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, there you go. Alright, so Ophion, there's a connection to mechanical rhythm. There we go. Crisis, maybe? But we heard parts of it there, right? All right, Crisis, Xenoblade. Well, I'll tell you what. Last bit of Crisis, says someone, okay? Kind of, sort of. I think we had it with the last 20 seconds. Okay. Doshes to doshes, you got it. Last 20 seconds. We're gonna try it out. Did I just X out of that? I might have just X'd out of that. All right, well, I'll tell you what. We've had a connection between Ophion and Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and tell you what, we're going to leave it at that because we have other things to listen to for today. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for sleuthing around and helping me find that connection there. This next one is called Deathmatch with Torna. I much prefer T with Timothy, but that's just me. Here we go. Chords we've heard before. Come on, bass. Take me out. So hard. All right, we're actually gonna do a little breakdown here of what faked me out. This is really cool. So, look, what we would expect to happen here. One, two, three, four, now, right? But no, might have counted that wrong. But all right, one more time. Right, building, anticipation, it's growing, growing, 1, 2, surely 2, 3, 4. Having that extra pause in there is delightful because it completely changes up where you think the next chorus is going to be. And I'm calling it a chorus because it's basically functioning like a pop song, right? So just calling it a pop song, a chorus. And you expect it to be there. And so I was like ready to headbang right into it. And no, there's that extra little space there, which is delightful, and I really mean delightful, way of creating a little bit of space and a little bit of change in the pace of what's going on. Because once your listener thinks they know exactly where you're going to go, like I thought I knew exactly where they were going to go, no, I absolutely did not. And it's a fun fake out. All right, this next one is called Kingdom of Uriah. gesturing at our main theme here. Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear how this is dancing around the main theme. Okay, so one of the main things that's cluing your ears in to understanding this is hinting at the main theme is this right here. It's those two notes. And those two notes, well, they're kind of unique. Not so unique as in like no one's ever used them before, but it's pretty unique to hear in a melody because it's a very, very large leap between two notes. So you have... Let me just double check that my octaves are correct here. And I'm not fooling myself. Oh no, I was fooling myself. Okay, good. But the point is, you have the... And that right there, that repeated fifth, which still is a leap, technically, from a counterpoint perspective, if you're grooving with me, you know, some music theory. We have... That right there, that interval you don't hear, and still, I was heading in the right direction. You still don't hear that interval a whole lot in pop songs. And so having a moment where it's going boom ba, boom ba, it's very memorable because you really just don't hear it in a lot of places. And so that's one of the things that really helps your ear clue in to the main theme being referenced there. All right, this next one is called Kingdom of Uriah at Night. Let's check it out. So it's interesting, number one, to hear the water droplets happening throughout this, but I want to point out one thing to you guys. That was before this. Sorry, I had it marked, and then they faked me out with the time again, and I lost my place. Alright, yeah, okay. Alright, this is what I want you guys to imagine. So I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to imagine you're on a road that splits into two in front of you. So there's like a road to the right, road to the left. Imagine a dirt road. And then there's going to be a friend who's going to come down the left dirt road, who's going to meet you and then walk with you the rest of the way. So check this out. Listen for this. Here is your friend coming. Friend's coming down the road. Now your friend's with you. That violin coming in there. It's like you hear the violin coming from afar, and then it's there with you on the journey. Absolutely beautiful. Love it. This next one is called Those Who Stand Against Our Path, which is a very interesting preposition. But let's keep it rocking and rolling. Those who stand against our path. Get whole Tony on it now. Got him that time. Okay, tons of things to talk about here. There's one thing I want to bring to your attention that was really interesting. go. Right there. Okay, so what you have here is you have a case of two guitars going. Now what happened on the boom boom? You can hear the top guitar just plays a single note, but the bottom guitar actually goes boom. It bends into it. Listen to this. You hear that? So the top guitar just goes, and the bottom guitar goes, bump, boom. Listen to it again. Love it. So sick. Okay, the next one is called Fonsa Myma. Not to be confused with, Fonsa Myma. Oh, main theme here. And it's not actually hearing the theme, but it's the chords. Very gently gesturing at it with the melody. Huh. So what's interesting is it's very 680, but here's the thing. Right there. Bum 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 bum. It almost feels like it's going to go into a 2, right? And 6/8 has 2 beat units in a measure. It's almost like a 6/8 march, which is interesting. That's where you think it's going to go, but no, then it's down to dukaku, dukaku, dukaku. It's that compound thing, that 3 equal divisions of the beat unit. Let's check out Fonsa Myma Night. This is very pretty. +4, 3. Oh, no. Beautiful. D with a C in the bass there. Okay, what do I mean by a D with a C in the bass? So check this out. This note right here is going to stay consistent between two different chords. So let's hear this first chord. A little out of tune, but that's fine. Now this note stays the same, but the chord changes. Note stays the same. Listen to that. Note stays the same. And so a lot of times composers, musicians, people playing, they'll use things like that to actually extend a feeling out or to change things up. Because we're kind of in this E minor, E major thing going on in this song, it would be, well, perhaps a little on the nose to go C to D to E minor. That's flat 6, flat 7, 1. It's been done a bajillion million times. What has not been done a bajillion million times is taking the C major chord, leaving the C in the bass, going to the next chord, the D, the flat 7, but leaving that C in the bass, and having the 7th in the bass, very different than, for example, having the 2nd in the bass. Completely different feeling. Excuse me. And then not even going to the E minor from there. Beautiful, interesting, fantastic music. This next one is called The Heroic Adventures. Let's check it out. I like the cheap choir patch in there. Well, cheap sounding. Sorry if that's actually someone singing. One interesting tidbit I want to point out from here is listen to how we have this pizzicato acoustic bass or cello here, then translates, does this arpeggiation thing, that then transitions into the piano left hand. Listen to this. Hear that? Boom, boom, boom. And then the piano comes in right after that. Listen. Right ear. Just those three notes. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Excuse me. Bum, bum, bum. And then right after that, the piano takes over. Beautiful touches like that take so much care and attention, and it's really a sign of how much work and effort and love goes into a soundtrack like this. The fact that you'd have an instrument just play three notes and go away, because someone has to go in, they have to make a track, they have to either record the instrument, make sure the sample's clean, or go in and program. It's like so much work to get small little touches like that, but it's the small little touches like that that make all the difference. Hey, before we hit the next one, if you're a gamer and you'd like to understand more about music theory, which is like being able to see the Matrix, you know, like Neo's like, oh, I can see the Matrix, and then he like flies around. If you want to do that with music and understand more about your favorite video game music, there's a free gift from me to you. It's pinned in the chat. It's the 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. Go click on that, grab it. It's free. It's going to get emailed automatically to you. Go check that out. This next one is called The Beginning of Darkness. Let's see what's going on here. That's a high note. Oh, this is what, pan now? That doesn't get your dog's attention. I don't know what will. Oh, it's about to get heavy. There's no way this is not about to get heavy. Maybe the next song. There we go. So out of this entire song, you want to know what the part that sounds the most threatening? Check this out. Right there, transitioning to that major chord there. Right here, feels like crazy. It's like the Mad King. And then here, it's like everything falls apart. So I don't know the game, but it sounds to me like there gets to be a point of madness or a point of insanity or like a crux. Like there's a moment, and then after that, everything seems to fall apart. Very, very interesting piece of music, very complex and telling a very interesting story. I don't know if I interpreted the story correctly from the music, but fascinating. Pretty much, I got it? All right, sweet. Cool. All right, let's listen to one more for today called Drifting Soul. Hey, if you're a gamer and you want to understand more about music, there's a free thing for you to download. It's 10 things every gamer should know about music theory. Go check that out. You're going to click it. It's going to get emailed to you. Let's do this thing. This next one is called Drifting Soul. Let's rock and roll.
Out so far beyond what I can see.
Well, sing it.
How far would I be walking till I reach the end of a path that's to be seen? I would keep thinking, questioning to myself, why do I have to walk this path? Oh, why I can't seem to find the real meaning to this path that I take fate to accept, and my goal seems so far away. So tell me why I'm here and what's the reason I am here today. If I recall, it was you wished that I would stay. No matter how much wind will blow against me, I will keep on. I will keep moving on to find the answer to I'm lost in search for you. I'm tired from the constant carry on, shouting that I can't see a way ahead. The words would fill the midst so gently in the air, and it melts as time just passes by. When I look back, there is no trace of my path. I cannot find my way to the past.
Wow, I have questions. So chat. So the instrument you're hearing, by the way, was a slide guitar. That thing was that was slide. Okay, I have questions. Number one, were these the original lyrics, or were the original lyrics in Japanese? Is my first question. These are the original. Okay. Interesting. Huh.
I recall it was you asked us by. Friend, what's how much you win when you stop and look ahead and then check me out. If I, when you stop and look against me, I will keep on.
Oh, the lyrics were written in Japanese. Okay, this is making a lot more sense. Okay. Interesting, yeah, because there was some choices with the words that I was like, what? That's fascinating, because you don't typically hear some of the rhyming choices, like top with top, like the Jacob's Ladder when I reach the top. Very, very interesting to hear some lyrics that you typically would not hear paired together in this very beautiful pop-inspired song. For our best music coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live in real time to the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 original soundtrack. Now, I've never heard this music before in my life. Never once, ever, never, never, never. And everything I do say and talk about is going to be off the top of my head in the moment. We are officially live, rock and rolling. Hey, chat, how's it going? Let's do this thing. Because you know it don't mean a thing unless it ain't got that swing shoo-up, 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 shoo-da-wah-da-wah with Counterattack. Ooh, interesting bridge section here. That bass right there is quoting from the main theme. We hear that fifth we talked about in part 2. So many parts from different songs, even right there at the end of the piano going ba 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 ba. Like we heard that a ton of stuff in disc 1. One thing I wanted to point out here. Right there. Ba ba ba. That is from the main melody. So you can hear that even in these small moments, like even where the bass is taking a solo, in the middle of all this just fantastically juicy, just goodness, and we have this little bridge section here, we're always pulling back to things that happened before, cross-referencing all the themes with motifs and, well, so many different cool things just like that. So even in this entire song, just pulling those two pieces out, the piano at the end going ba 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 or ba ba ba, whatever it was, and then here the bass also it's like giving callbacks to things that have happened before. One of the beautiful, amazing things about, you can hear it in film, and then also, of course, in the video game music genre, in the video game music genre, you can hear all these cool things where you get these ideas pulled back again to represent generally a person, place, or thing. And anytime there's a person, place, or thing represented with a piece of music, that's going to be a leitmotif. This next one is called You Will Recall Our Names. Check it out. Ah, there we go. So in part 2, we talked a little bit about call and response. Listen to this call get echoed between 3 different instrument groups. Check this out. So we hear ba-ba-do-ba-do-dum, ba-ba-do-da-do-dum, ba-ba-do-da-do-dum, and we hear it first from the guitar. Oops, first from the guitar. There it comes. So that's the first, that's the guitar. Now, the next one, an echo of that. That's in the violins. Next, in the brass. So that's just a really cool thing of taking that one little idea. Found it. Just going back and forth between just that one idea, between all those different instruments. Now, there's one more thing I want to point out too. All right, right here. All right, check this out. All right, I really hope you have headphones on because I'm going to be talking about what's going on in different ears. Listen in your right ear for that sound. There it comes. And then that guitar, okay, so number one, the guitar player is insane because they went straight out of that. Perhaps there's an edit there, perhaps there wasn't, and they went straight to the next part, which was good playing, good reading, good ears. But I think what's really cool here is just to think about how you have this riff going on here, and then the counterpoint to the riff. What's sort of holding the balance on the other side in the right ear is this just sort of guitar. Say it might be a chord just with so much distortion on it that I can't actually tell that there's a pitch there. But it also might just be a guitar player just hitting their strings with a ton of distortion on it. Here it is again. So some really cool things going on in this here tune. This next one is called Desolation. Oh, sorry. I had one more thing I wanted to say. In You Will Recall Our Names, we actually hear... So in Counterattack, twice or thrice, we hear a sus4 that either then goes to a power chord with no third in it, so it doesn't really resolve, right? Well, I mean, it technically does resolve, like the fourth doesn't resolve to a 3. And then the second time in Counterattack, we heard the sus4 go nowhere, just transition to like a different section. Finally, in Recall Our Names, we hear that big sus4 resolve down to that third to give us that major chord. So that was an interesting thing that if you look at, I don't know if in the game Counterattack and You Will Recall Our Names play together, but if so, it's very interesting that it's almost like 2 sections of an idea or an idea being passed between 2 songs, that it finally resolves in You Will Recall Our Names. All right, Desolation, we're going to start again from the beginning. Here we go. So we hear that ma ba ba, quoting from the main theme. Or perhaps a different theme that's just pulling motifs and ideas from the main theme. No. Oh yeah, beautiful. Bring it. There you go. that bass mixed in there, cello, is so tasteful. It's like just in there. Just giving a little support. All right, check this out here. There's a very interesting thing that happened that you may have missed. Good ears if you didn't. But let's check this out. Listen to this. Oh my gosh, a little scale on the strings. Oh! It's so delicious. It's mixed way back in there. But this is just one example of the complexity of the arranging and the care and the love that has gone into the soundtrack. Let's listen to it one more time because it's such an incredible moment. Check this out. Here it is. Yabada yabada ba da ba yabada ba da ba da da, and then it comes up right at the end. Beautiful, absolutely amazing. Yeah, and the mix, Eli Turp, exactly, mixed really well. The fact that all these arrangements, that even when they get very complex, we can hear everything that's going on, and that does come down to mixing, definitely, mastering, definitely. Could also just be, sometimes really smart composers, like people like Chris Christodoulou, think ahead of time for how the mix is going to sound, and they don't just put things down. He's almost like pre-mixing as he creates. And so sometimes you can also just get composers, again, like Chris, who are just really smart, thinking ahead to the next step and setting themselves up, or whoever's going to mix up for success. But obviously Chris does his own mixing and mastering, and props to him. Okay, this next one is called Contrition. Ooh. Oh. It's like some reverse sounds mixed in here. That music was very, very emotional, very moving. Yeah. Beautiful. Let's listen to one thing on this. Now, I'm not 100% sure what is happening right at this moment, but it's either that the reverb that's being used on the bass, it just has an extra little effect on it, or like it's a really, really long, or they have like a secondary long reverb that's just creating that sound. Sometimes when you have really long reverbs, it almost doesn't really carry the pitch anymore. It just sounds like space. So it's either that, or there's actually wind or air sound happening right at this moment. And if you listen very carefully, you can hear it's like, hear that? It's like atmospheric. Yeah, it sounds like air, sounds like wind. Is anything happening in the game at this point with wind or air or anything like that? Waiting for chat. Okay, chat's talking about other things. Okay, we're gonna move forward. All right, this next one is called War and Peace. Let's rock and roll. It is relevant to the game, not to my memory. Gestures at the main theme. Oh, major third there. Alright, chat, now I do have a question as this song fades out. Is there a connection between Counterattack, You Will Recall Our Names, and War and Peace in the game? Because I'm telling you, it's basically kind of like, and this is a very generalization before anyone tries to take me to task in the comments. I'm being general. But is there, like, basically Counterattack, you'll recall our names, War and Peace, have a lot of similarities to them. And sure, we've heard those chord progressions other times in the past, but I'm just wondering if there's a connection between those 3 songs. The other 2, only one scene. There's no connection that you can think of? This is a random menu with no connection. All right, well, it's inspired by it, at least. An interesting piece. This next one is called... And, okay, let me break down for you some of the reasons why I asked that question. How about that? Right, so basically what we have here is a flat 6, flat 7 to a 1 that's kind of a sus4 progression here. And you can actually hear the same idea, and you'll recall... Yeah, kind of. Right. Right, so we have flat 6. 7 to 1. Right, to 1. sus4. And there, we get the resolution to the 3rd. We can also hear the same idea in Counterattack. Somewhere. Find it. Right. I was slightly different there. Yeah. I mean, there's chords that can come before it, but sure, you still have the flat 6, flat 7 to sus4. Interesting that between War and Peace, you'll recall names and Counterattack, we have this similar idea. The next one is called Driver Verse. Wasn't that synth just shredding in the background? Oh, that's sick. So that's really fast, and I have an acoustic guitar, so I'm not going to try and demonstrate that on guitar, but what the guitar is doing is something called tapping. And which, you know, you hear that in the background with that synth right here? It's kind of buzzy. Listen for it. Now listen for the really buzzy bass. So it sounds like someone's going. Seriously, hear me out. I'm not going crazy. Listen for that sound in here. It's wild. There it is. Oh gosh. What lovely, lovely techno sounds being mixed in. And I think what's been cool is when the techno sounds are mixed in, at least so far in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, it's kind of minimal. It's kind of on the outside. It's not taking front and center, but it's in there giving a different feeling, a different element than just a straight rock track. As you can hear when you have... I'm going to spare you me making all those sounds again. Right there. Fantastic. Okay. This next one is called Alba Cavanich. Alba Cavanich. It's funny how some of these towns seem to have a first name and last name. I'm gonna put that out there. Unless we're visiting someone named Alba Cavanich at daytime and nighttime, which I don't think we are. It's probably a town or place. I don't like Care, right? For like a castle, like the sort of Gaelic thing. I don't know. Come on, guitar. Well, let's listen to the night one, and then I'll compare the two. Actually, no, I have one thing to say. Right there. Ba, 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 ba. And the flutes. What that makes me think of like Peruvian panpipes. That makes me think of. That's that sort of sound, that sort of. Those might have been, man. I don't think those pan. I think those are flutes. But the way that they're playing made me think of Peruvian panpipes. So we'll see. Is Alba and then I might be wrong here, but is Alba Cavanich in the mountains? If it is, that would be a connection. This one is called Alba Cavanich Night. This sounds like a dulcimer, maybe? Hammered dulcimer? Wasteland, okay, not a mountain. Eli, that's not a harpsichord, that's a hammered dulcimer. I think. There's one other instrument it could be. Possibly a zither, which is technically a kind of dulcimer, I think. Yeah, definitely hammered dulcimer. Played with the wooden ends as opposed to felted. Sometimes it's felt on the stretchers. So an interesting piece of music, both the Alba Cavanich and the Alba Cavanich Night. I think the Alba Cavanich Night I found to be particularly intriguing because of the use of, like, you just hear these instruments at the end. Now, forget about what instruments are playing. Just listen to the quality of the sound. Like, kind of bright, kind of brilliant, kind of shiny, but also has this, like, cozy feeling, like it is nighttime, right? We can hear those same instruments on display at the beginning, too. Yeah. And it sounds to me either like there's one dulcimer or there's either one dulcimer with an effect on it, like a delay effect on it, and then also some it's panned differently, or there's someone did multiple passes and then they just mixed it differently. Really interesting sounds. Beautiful pieces of music, completely different from anything we've heard before. Again, using instruments we have not heard before previously on the soundtrack, which is part of what gives it such a unique feeling. and obviously a great tool for composers to use to differentiate geographical locations is use different instruments because things sound very different. You could play the same thing on different instruments, like ba ba ba, like that sounded completely different, right? Ba ba ba. One's a voice, one's a piano, playing the same exact thing, but sounds totally, fundamentally different. And that's because of something called timbre, or timbre, and it's spelled Timbre. And timbre is the quality of a sound. It's how something sounds, and that's how you can actually hear the difference between different instruments. This next one is called running. Okay, number one, I dug the heck out of that. I want to point one thing out here. Okay, so we have this ascending bass line going ba 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 ba, and we get that that tritone, or that blues note, if you will, though to call it a blues note is a bit of a misnomer because blues note is more of an expression than an actual solid tone. But anyway, let's listen to this because this ascending bass line actually changes the next time it comes around. So let's check it out. Oh, maybe it's actually the same. It just sticks out the first time around. No, it is. Okay, it does stay the same. That ba So it is actually a blues note because like it's real and it's an expression. All right, what do I mean by blues note? Let's break that down. So there's a scale called the pentatonic scale, and it sounds something like this. We play it for another octave. Now the blues note, there's many blues notes, but the main blues note people think about when they talk about the blues note is going to be this sharp 5. Flat 5 or a sharp 4, also known as diminished 5th or augmented 4th if we're using correct music theory terminology. But check this out. So really the note is this. And so if I add in the blues note, here's without the blues note, with blues note. Now here's the thing. That blues note being played like that really was not a thing until like rock. And not even rock and roll, but like rock. And like shredders, incorporating that into scales. I mean, you can hear it other times, but like broadly speaking. Because here's the thing, when blues players, like you go back, you listen to old blues players, you listen to Robert Johnson, you listen to Lead Belly, the Lead Belly Blues, Birth of Country, listen to, I mean, anyone, the Kings, B.B. King, Freddie King. The way they'll play this note is they don't actually play it. They gesture at it with a microtonal expression, which means they're not actually playing this exact note, but they're playing something around that note. Sometimes they go to it. Sometimes they go past it. Sometimes they don't quite go to it. And so it's interesting to hear and understand that blues note, even though people call it the blues note, it's not a blues note, because a blues note truly is a microtonal expression that is not actually a fixed note. It's an expression, and it really comes from, if we're really talking blues music specifically, and there's multiple, right? Because you can hear B.B. King, he'll bend the minor third up to get close to the major third, or he'll go past the major third, right? There isn't one specific blue note. There's multiple blues notes, but it's always consistently going to be that microtonal expression. So whenever we talk about blues note, just understand, even though in some music theory circles that's going to be a specific note, I really disagree with that. I think it's more of a microtonal expression around and in the area of that note. This next one is called Mor Ardain. Got it on the third try. Let's listen to Mor Ardain. one of my favorite songs so far. Easily. Right here. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm not sure if this is a mistake and made it past the editors or if this was intentional. But you can hear there's a little extra brass note in there, all the way in your right ear, all the way back in the corner. It's very quiet. Right there. Da ba da ka da da ba. You guys hear that? Da ba da ka da da ba. And there's one person, there's one instrument that goes bop right there. Type a 1 in the chat if you could hear that one person do the little bop. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay. All right, a lot of people can hear it. Yeah, if you can't hear it, go back and listen to it. Wouldn't say it's a mistake. I don't know. I'm not saying it is a mistake. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's interesting that it's only one instrument playing right there in what sounds like is supposed to be a silence. I disagree, Suhi. I think that's supposed to be a break there. Da ba da ka da da, bum ba ba, da ba da ka da da, bum bum ba ba, da ka da da ba, bum bum ba ba. I think there's supposed to be a space there. Yeah, one straight pixel in the Super Mario world. Like exactly. Right? It's like the one, yeah, it sounds like supposed to be Eli. I agree with Eli that it sounds like it's supposed to be a break and there's one little note in there. But guys, let's appreciate something here. We're on disc 3 of an intensely complex soundtrack. Like, and this is the nitpicking. This is the only thing we found to nitpick. Wild. Oh, someone asked a good question. Is it repeat after song? I don't know. Let's see if we have that moment. Oh no, it's there too. Well, it's there twice. Well, who knows? Okay, that's fun. All right, this next one is called Mor Ardain Night. Every time I hear that, I would think having the time of your... Cause in this thriller night Ah. Man, I'm hearing ABBA. I'm hearing Michael Jackson. I'm hearing Toto. And I'll show you guys what I mean. Alright, check this out. Goes in. Look. And that's just rhythmically. But here, check this out. We're at the end here. Da 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 shaka ba back to ba shaka ba 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 da ba. Yeah, okay. All right, Toto, Africa, and then I had one more, which was ABBA. Having the time of your life. Just random things that come up in my mind, but I wanted to share those with you so you understood why I was grinning and laughing while I was listening to that. It's not a quote, it's just rhythms and series of pitches that line up and spark little connections. This next one is called Eye of Shining Justice. Okay, clearly something humorous is happening during this song. I'd love to know what kind of... There's a juxtaposition of something, or something humorous, or something like topsy-turvy going on in this song. What's going on in this song, folks? A turtle is... yeah, okay. Team Rocket. Okay, got it. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. All right, this next one is called Bringer of Chaos Ultimate. So everything from the melody lines to the harmonies to the choices of notes being used sounds completely disjointed and indeed chaotic. Like, this melody almost feels like it doesn't belong here. It sounds so off kilter. It sounds so odd. Wow. So, yes, having this song be called Bringer of Chaos. All right, now, perhaps I should explain what I mean by that. Let's get some context, shall we? Okay, so look, the song is C minor, and we're going. Kind of made up the last bit a little bit, but look, point is. Ba-do, ba-ba-do, ba-ba-ba-da-ba-do. Like, you're going to the essentially flat two. So guys, look, it's basically like, look, okay, what would make more sense is over the C minor. Sense is subjective, okay? What would be a more direct scale to harmony correlation would be but instead, it's like taking a G minor. Because look, here, I'm gonna play the same melody. Now, if I put that over G minor, it makes a little bit more sense. So it's just almost like this G melody juxtaposed over this C minor chord, and that's part of what makes it sound so chaotic. The next one is the Song of Gigarosa. Let's check it out. Can I just say this is my favorite part of the song? Like, what? See, well, no, it won't let me run 5 seconds. All right, here. Like, what the heck? It's so funny. And then, all right, the next part that's humorous about this too. Sure, yeah, that. But even right there, that boom. Yeah, you catch it. Right there. Even that timpani at the end. So clearly, some kind of shenanigans going on here, but a ton of fun. This next one is called Jump Towards the Morning Sun. Let's check it out. Okay. Right there. Okay, so in part 2 of this, we talked about how we had this C major chord, and then we left the C, sorry. A little out of tune today. We had this. Oh, okay. So anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone. We had the C major chord, and then we left the C on the bass, and we went to a D up top. Now, what we had right here is a little different. We had the 2 in the bass. It's a nice funky chord where you take a G, like you put an A in the bass. Which makes for a really interesting thing that where it's not exactly a 5 chord, it kind of pushes you in a little different direction of a 5 chord, almost feels softer. And you can even hear here as well, they're hanging out around this 5 chord for quite some time. And it's just like a way of extending this area. Like all this here is 5. Right, and then right there, ba 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 ba, and then it goes to the ba. Wait, hang on, was that an F in the bass? Ba 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 ba. No. Okay, but then you hear basically that the 5 chord here is just being extended over this long period of time. And then right there, the last But this is when it goes to a straight 5 chord, straight major triad there. No 7th, it doesn't sound like to me. So it's just different ways of extending the area of essentially the dominant. This next one is called Leftarian Archipelago. We have a flat 6, flat 7, a major one here. So I think what's been interesting to see is that throughout the soundtrack, we're probably going to hear it again in the night, but we have this chord progression here. We actually had it in a couple different keys. First we had it, I believe, as... And then right at the end we had... That's guitar's actually, I'm just going to play the piano. So we had... Which is really interesting because normally, when you hear this progression, you'd hear it sound something like this. Yeah, it's kind of sad at the end. That's pretty sad. One more time. It's going to sound sad at the end. Sad. But now, this time it's going to sound happy at the end. Check this out. Oh! The only pop song I think that kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I'm getting you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, a light hits the gloom on the rain, baby. Right? So, not a lot of pop songs use that chord progression, but having that pretty major chord right at the end is it's an interesting, different taste to it. And again, Kiss from a Rose, I think, is the only pop song I can think of that does that. And you can hear that in tons of other places. Yeah, let's check out Leftarian Archipelago Night. Ooh. Sounds like maybe a bass clarinet in there. Interesting sound. So we've been talking a little bit about call and response. Check out this call and response. So look, the piano goes first and then the flute responds along with the glockenspiel, sounds like. So piano goes da bu bu gu ga, flute responds da gu bu gu ga. Here we go. That was the piano. Here's the flute. And we keep it going. It's a piano call. That was the piano. Here's the flute. Here's piano again. Piano, flute response. One more. Here's piano. Yaba da gu ba. So you know the flute's not responding with the same notes, but it's responding to the same gestures and the same rhythms. This next one is called Gramps. Very Irish. Very Irish. That choir really reminds me of The Lion King. Now, I may be losing my mind, but I don't think so. There may be a connection between Gramps and Leftarian Archipelago, and the transition, actually. Check this out. Right there. So is that minor to major? So we essentially have a minor chord, and then we just change it to major. Check this out. Minor, major, and right at the end, a Leftarian Archipelago Night, we actually hear the same idea, which I thought was odd when I heard it. Well, let's go check that out. Let's see if I can find it. Come on. We'll find it. We'll find it. We'll find it. Unless I'm crazy. Okay. It didn't go major. It went minor, sus4. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so not a direct connection as I thought. I was off by 1/2 step, as can happen, but a pretty interesting connection either way, that both of these had this sort of thing where and the reason why I was getting confused is because in Left Terran Archipelago it keeps on going up to that major thing, right? And in Gramps it kept on going up to a major thing too, and then it went minor to major. I was like, wait, hang on, didn't we hear something like that before? I don't know if we heard something like it, but not exactly like it. This next one is called Gramps Night. Check out this incredible interplay. Between the harp and the piano. One more time. This is genius. One more time. So you can hear it's like where one pauses, the other one fills in. Sometimes they fill together. And together they create this momentum, this feeling, this dynamism between the two. You hear the piano shoba-do-ga, ba-ba-do-ga, shoba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Each one fills in around the other, and the times when they connect up just create so much more like energy. A really interesting way of presenting this musical idea with those two particular instruments going back and forth. Not something you hear every day. This next one is called "The Place in the Sun." First of all, a completely beautiful piece. I want to point out something towards the end here. We have perpetual eighth notes. So right here, ba 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 and right at the end, it almost turned to this Alberti bass type thing. Alberti bass is like, you've heard it in classical music millions of times. Ah. Like that. Come on, left hand, let's go. Yeah, So almost turning this Alberti bass thing, and to just have consistent eighth notes being played in an instrument like that is a very interesting touch, a very interesting texture. And if you think about it, not something that I can even say we've heard up to this point in all 3 discs of the soundtrack, having something just consistently hang out on eighth notes like that. It's a very, very interesting artistic choice. It creates a very interesting feeling and sort of not quite a backdrop, because it's the main expressive element, right? Hear this piano part. So really just perpetual eighth notes there, which is super fascinating. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music, or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner, and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a Music Teacher's Reaction live in real time to the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 original soundtrack. This is part 4. We're listening through disc 4 today. I've never heard this music before in my life, not once, ever, never, never. So everything I do say, talk about, break down, teach is all going to be off the top of my head in the moment. So watch and see what happens. Here we go. We're going to start off with, by the way, hi chat, we are live. We're going to start with Our Eternal Land by Yasunori Mitsuda. Let's check it out. So that's 4. The 3. Oh! Oh! Oh. Okay, so what was really interesting is like at the very start of this, the first thing I thought was London Boys Choir. I don't know if any of you have had the pleasure of hearing anything sung by the London Boys Choir. Maybe they have a different name, but I think I might have that right. A lot of times you can get boys choirs that sing. Well, obviously when the lower voices came in, it didn't sound like that anymore. But it reminded me very much of that. A very beautiful piece, unlike anything we have heard before in this soundtrack. And I mean, I don't really know what to say because it's so different than everything we've heard in the previous 3 discs. So perhaps I'm going to get some more context with it. I did see in chat that number 1, it's actually sung by the Irish choir, Anuna, but I'm pretty sure there's an Irish way of pronouncing that I'm not gonna do it. Well, I'm gonna do it. But anyway, point is, I would like to listen to a couple more songs and really try and get some context for this, to see where it fits in. People did say this is the obligatory "We're totally not evil" song of the evil religious organization in this game. Let's keep it going to the next one, which is called "We Are the Chosen Ones." Huh.
Must we go on? Will we ever prevail and smile in peace? Our eternal land is keeping us in warm embrace. We're the chosen ones from above the holy sky.
Okay, something I want to point out between Our Eternal Land and We Are the Chosen Ones that I think is going to be interesting. You don't need to know anything about music. You don't need to know any technical terms. All you need to do is hear the difference between high and low sound. So our Eternal Land starts off with high voices. See high voices? Let's keep listening. High voices. Oh, you can hear low voices coming in now. It's about 26 seconds for low voices to come in. Now let's listen to We Are the Chosen Ones. Low voices. Want to keep listening? Still low voices. High voices in now. Right. So you can hear that. And what I was seeing from chat, it seems to be a day and a night theme, but it's interesting to hear how in the day theme it's like high voices, then the low voices come in. And in the night theme it's low voices, then the high voices come in. A very interesting juxtaposition. And like I said, you don't need to know anything about music theory. You can just hear the difference between that. And that's an interesting way of sort of the yin and yang, if you will, between day and night. This next one is called Misgivings. Delightfully creepy. Here's something you may not have picked up on if you did good ears. If you have headphones available, put them on now. I'm going to give you about 5 seconds to grab them and slap them into your ears because you're going to need them to hear what I'm about to point out to you. Now, the reason why you need headphones is because your phone speakers or laptop speakers in general will not actually get you to hear this sound. So, here we go, right here. Check this out. Okay, it just happened. I'll play it again. Right there. So we can hear there's a piano note going. There's a piano note hitting a C2. All right. So, but I'm playing that, by the way. That's me. So we're gonna hear that piano note, and right after that piano note, we're gonna hear a like that. So listen for the piano note, and then listen for the. All right, check it out. Right there. Type a 1 in the chat if you heard the. Right there. It's in your right ear. Right there. This is piano note. Oh my goodness. Okay, now type a 3 in the chat if you never noticed that before and you've heard this song a couple times. I want to hear from you in the chat. If you're watching this, you can be a lurker, just type a 3. It's fine to lurk, just type a 3. I won't call you out or anything. 3. Try lighting's being funny. 3. Okay, so here's the thing. This is why it's important that if you really want to appreciate music, you gotta listen with headphones, man, or earbuds. AirPods are fine. But you need something beyond your computer speakers and beyond your phone speakers, because your computer speakers and your phone speakers, even though they say they'll sort of go from the range of human hearing, which is like about 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, I think. Even though it says they do that, only with a pair of headphones will you actually hear what's going there, or a pair of earbuds, or a nice speaker. If like you have a nice Bluetooth speaker, it'll play that for you too, or if you play it through car speakers, for example. So a really cool little tidbit in there, but there's a lot of sonic information. I definitely recommend wearing headphones for, because otherwise you're just going to miss it. You're not going to hear it because your phone is just literally not going to play it for you. Trying to hear those low notes through your phone is like trying to eat ice cream through a paper napkin. It's like you can feel it's cold. You can kind of smell. You can smell the vanilla. You can kind of taste it just a little, but you can't get to the ice cream because there's a paper napkin in the way. That's what it's like trying to listen to music on, well, I mean, most phone speakers and laptop speakers as well. This next one is called The Impending Crisis. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, Dan, we just eat the napkin. Okay, so two things. Number one, in the story, is there in a crisis, and then right at the end of wherever the song is playing, does someone decide to take action and say they're going to do it, but then it's going to be a challenging action? That's what the music sounded like it said to me. But let's understand a little bit why this music sounds like it's going to be in a crisis. So first of all, it's a little disjointed, right? It's not like... It's even right there. So that those two notes are not even a half step apart. That's microtones apart. Now, if you listen very carefully, you actually hear a beating sound, like a wah 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 wah. Listen for it. It sounds like that. Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear the beats. I can actually feel them in the wood of the guitar going into my left hand. It's wild. The whole instrument just goes da 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 da. Okay, so what those beats are, it's actually a little bit of physics. It's the sound waves. They're so similar that they go between lining up and not lining up. And when they're not lining up and lining up, that's what creates the beats. You actually feel, the wild part is you can actually feel those sound waves going whoa, 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 whoa. So that right there, that's dissonance. And when you have dissonance makes things feel like something's going to be wrong, something bad's about to happen. A lot of time in horror movies or in thrillers, you'll hear violins going like, and it's just to give you this feeling of like, oh, what is going on? It's so dissonant. So that's just one example to pull out of impending crisis, and there's many more in the first sort of 2/3 of the song, where there's a lot of dissonance going on. The music is really translating for you that there is indeed an impending crisis. Let's check out the next one, which is called Temperantia. I know how to read. I'm telling you, I know how to read. Okay, here we go. A definite departure from a lot of what we've heard before. We're hearing something really different. There's been a shift that's happened here in this disc 4, where we're hearing a lot of things that we just have not heard before in this Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And I don't quite recall, but perhaps there was some sort of similar shift in Xenoblade 1 between the first half and the second half of the OST. I don't quite remember. But I think what's interesting here is that this fundamental shift that's happened here is perhaps indicating a different place, definitely a different level. You know, I mean, that's easy and obvious. You go to different levels during a game. But there's something so fundamentally different about the approach, the mindset, the guiding principles of everything that's going into making this music is so different. What I'd like to do is I'm going to listen to the next one, and then I'll give some thoughts. Because Temperantia was so different. I don't really have much to compare it to that we've heard previously. So I'd like to listen to the next one, and then maybe I'll give some thoughts. This is called Over the Sinful Entreaty. Huh. There's like hints of disc 1 through 3 here. Touches sprinkled in. Dump, 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 digga, digga, bugga, dump. I think we've heard that in a couple of metal songs, just that rhythm there. One thing I do want to point out to you, in addition to, so there's like moments where there's little pieces of like references to where we've come from in discs 1 through 3 sprinkled in here. One thing I want to point out to you, because we sort of had a theme of call and responses and showing how little ideas get passed around throughout this reaction series, I want to point out one thing to you here. Listen to this. Be-da-gi-da. Sorry. All right, here we go. All right, so be-da-gi-da, ba-da. Listen to it one more time. Here it is. So we have ba-da-gi-da, ba-ba, and it's notes going down, back up, and we have it twice. Check it out here. Going down, back up, notes going down, back up. What an interesting little thing to get passed around. And you can hear that one of the reasons that makes that moment so interesting is because there's not just the notes going down and coming back up, but there's other things playing around it as well. We have... Oh. It actually starts earlier. You can hear it here as well. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Listen. Ya da gi da ba ba. It's everywhere. They're the voices. So they didn't go back up. They just the notes going down. Then they stayed. Notes going down. And then back up. You hear the ba da gi da ba ba. Right there is like this response to it. Okay, let's go down. Oh, they came back up. And you hear out of time, be da dee da dee da dee. And so there's this idea of notes going down and coming back up. And so a very interesting little thing there where you have this idea getting passed around, reused, and expounded upon by the genius composer, Yasunori Mitsuda, just to create so much content just from like one idea. So I think this is important for any of you who want to write your own music. Like, you don't need to have 200 million ideas. You can take one idea and, as they say in France, torture it. Il faut le torturer. Like, you take an idea and you just torture it. You know, you bend it, this way, like one idea. There's so much you can do with one single idea. This next one is called Tantal. Let's check it out. Yes, Alex, the notes going down is in the opening. Yes. It's like earlier in the song, that all section's repeated. Thank you, chat. I'm being told this is a snowy area. Oh man, we heard an idea like this in the strings. Like this one. I disagree. It was kind of over. That little chromaticism walk down's fun. All right, I want to find out one thing. And then maybe I'll have some more to say after listening to the night version. You know those little sort of noises going on in there? Like, sounds like that. Right there. Kind of sounds like walking in crunchy snow. All right, type a 5 in the chat if you can hear the sounds. There they are. There they are. All right, very cool. This one is called Tontal Night. Let's see if we have some of those sounds. Let's check it out. What instrument even is that, Dusty? I have no idea. Not even a single clue what instrument that might be. Might just be a sound effect. Might literally be a recording of someone walking in snow. Might be someone bouncing a bag of nails up and down on a 2x4. I have no idea. Ooh, this is cool. Almost feels like a little 80s. All right, two things I want to point out. First of all, this little descending line here on the A minor. It's like, wow. So what it is, it's going, so it's just descending down chromatically. So A minor to A minor with a G sharp, A minor with a G, A minor with an F sharp. It's almost like a D. It almost acts like a D in second inversion, but it really is. It's that descending line over an A minor. It's a pop thing. The other thing I wanted to point out. Yeah, that right there. So right there. All right, so what's going on underneath that is we have essentially a minor 1. We have A minor going to a major 5, E major, which you can think of as being borrowed from the harmonic minor, A minor, or from the A major, and then thrown into the A minor. Now what's really interesting, excuse me, gotta sneeze. Excuse me. What's really interesting here, okay, is that the notes over this, we have A minor to E minor, but in the melody, it's going. And what's happening here, that note right there is a C sharp note, which, let me put this into context for you, is like, oh, I don't know, me wearing a wetsuit to go to the desert. It's like, what? It's like I'm showing up to a journey and adventure in the desert, and I'm wearing a full body wetsuit with scuba gear. It's like, hang on, bro. I think you may have the wrong tools for the job here. So what's interesting here is that it's going, and that that C sharp there is actually the major third of an A chord. So you would think, so here, look, I'll play it for you with major chords and I'll play it for you with minor chords. All right, type a 1 in the chat if this sounds like kind of right to you. All right, now type a 7 in the chat if this sounds kind of wrong to you. Oh! Wild. As soon as I heard that, I was like, what is going on? What a wild and interesting thing to have going on in this song. That major third is being played over the 5 chord and then going back to the minor 1 chord. Fascinating. This next one is called Ever Come to an End. Some of you may be wondering, will this stream ever come to an end? We'll see. Here we go. Oh. All right, two fun little music theory tidbits to point out here to you. The first is this delightful sus4, sus2. Oh. Well, that's the second one I want to point at, so I'm going to point at this one first. Oh no, that wasn't it. Sorry, my mistake. There it is. Alright, listen to this. Alright, so right in there is what we have. So, you know the meme when the imposter is sus? This is a moment when, in fact, the chord is sus, or as we say in music, suspended, but we say sus for short. We have a sus4, sus2, then to the major third. A beautiful, interesting moment here. Let's listen to it one more time. Oh, so cool. This next one is called Shadow of the Lowlands, which also was my nickname in preschool. Let's check it out.
Shadows of the lowland leading to the cold and darkened days, without any hope, without a light for long. Will this suffering ever come to an end? Will this suffering ever come to an end? One day. Pride keeps us strong today. Glory will be with us. Now the time has come to fight and seize the day.
Oh, so we're hearing lyrics we've heard before. We're hearing the lyrics we heard in We Are the Chosen Ones.
Suddenly a gleam of dawn. Can you feel the power of faith? Our native land
and ending there on a sus4. Guitar's out of tune. Hang on, I'll find it. 1 second. Yeah, I had it. And ending on a sus4, interesting. Okay, but look, this is my question. Because I never played the game, as we established. What is the connection between Shadow of the Lowlands and We Are the Chosen Ones? Because the same lyrics that when We Were the Chosen Ones were showing up in Shadow of the Lowlands. I'm very curious as to know the story connection. Day and night themes for the same city. But why were they separated in the... Well, they were separated in the OST, I suppose. Huh. Interesting. Oh, Indal has blackmail. Ooh. So it's showing an intriguing connection between these two geographical locations. And I spotted, well, and then I'm not saying like I spotted that, but like I spotted that because two things. One, obviously the still like the choral aspect of it, but really those lyrics there is what clued me into that connection. Let's see what weirdness unfolds says. What parts of Lord of the Rings? Okay. All right, let's check out the past revealed. I much prefer to eat repasts. I was trying to find a joke there. I couldn't. I apologize. This next one is called The Past Revealed. Let's check it out. Oh, sorry, I gotta pause this. Yeah, trial editing. So the lyrics are less about Indal, more about them clinging to false pride. Okay, what's interesting is because in the lyrics they say seize the day. Seize the day is carpe diem, right? In Latin. And the whole thing about carpe diem, it's like, it's not really a churchy mindset. You almost would ascribe a more sort of base, like carnal sort of thing to seize the day, like, not what you would typically associate with like a religious organization that is quote unquote reaching for the heavens or aspiring to be quote unquote more moral or righteous or whatever. So I think interesting putting the idea of seize the day into a religious thing. It's almost like this, it's a hint of there being something not quite right going on. Because if you really are truly reaching, again, quotes, to the heavens, trying to be a moral and good person, all that good stuff, I don't think carpe diem would be sort of part of your creed, part of your book, part of your teaching. Yeah, pluck the day. Yes. But I understand, but like the way it's used in common language. Bex Lizard. By the way, I recommend that no one get a tattoo. You can check this out right here. Got this on my literally 18th birthday. So it's Carpe Diem. I designed this myself on music staff with repeats. I was young and foolish. I recommend if anyone wants to get a tattoo, you get a non-permanent tattoo. Go get that every day for like 5 years. And then if you still like it, then get it permanent. But like, don't do tattoos, kids. Really don't. I'm telling you. Like, do it if you're sure you want to do it, but like, try it out. Take it for a test ride for like 3 to 5 years. And then, if you still are in love with it after 5 years, rock and roll, but treat tattoos just like you would treat like dating. Like, take it out for like, get henna first. Henna's gonna fade in a month. Or you just like, hey, keep the investment light. It's like low risk, low investment. And yeah, don't do something permanent on a whim. Exactly. Would be a little piece of tangentially related life advice. Okay. The past revealed. Let's get back to it. Interesting pulse coming in here. I'm going to try and get you guys to hear something, but I need you to use a little bit of imagination to try and hear the sound. Okay, imagine you had a tube, and within that tube, so it's a tube, it's like a 14-foot long tube, like a piece of PVC pipe, right? Like the pipe that, like pipe like this, it's plastic. Imagine you got 14 feet of that. Now imagine it's at a 45-degree angle. Then imagine within that pipe, there's a bunch of little steps. Now, imagine that you're running a stream of marbles down those steps of that PVC pipe, and it's making a pitch. Listen, see if you can hear that sound. Up there. All right, type an 8 in the chat if you can hear it. Type an 8 in the chat. It's okay. If you're a lurker, I will not call you out. You can just type an 8. You can still be a lurker and just type an 8. All right, we have quite a few people hearing it. Okay, now, is this the first time you've heard it and you've heard this song a couple times before? Type a 3 in the chat. Type a 3 in the chat if you've heard the song before. This is the first time you've noticed that noise. Wow, interesting. And then it disappears right there as the end as those strings come in and lift everything up. Wow, we're finding some really interesting little hidden treasures today, huh, chat? Oh, this is cool. This next one is called The Decision. Oh yeah, come on now. Oh, what song am I thinking of? All right, chat, I need your help on this one because my brain's not coming up with it. But there's some song. It's on the tip of my brain. I can't think of it. Oh, what song? Pop song. Come on, guys. There's a pop song. There's a pop song that starts like this. Help me out. We can find it. No, M&M's. It's different. I'm talking about... something like this. No, lose yourself. No. Come on, guys. We can find it. We can find it. What pop song? Oh, come on. Come on, guys. Oh, I know. It's on the tip of my brain and I can't quite hear. I can just hear the start of the song. I feel like my internal MP3 player. All right. So that's what it's called, Loneliness. I'll remember it. Ooh. Okay, what I want to talk to you about is something called an articulation. An articulation. What the heck is that song? It's I have the music playing in my head and I can't hear the lyrics. This is driving me nuts. Anyway, okay, so check this out. So this is something called legato. Everything's long. Legato means linked in Italian. Linked. Right there. Ba. What we have there for a moment is something called... Oh, sorry. We have... that's called staccato. Can you say staccato? Staccato. Staccato means short or dry. Come on now. Work with me here, Apple Music. Right. So you can hear everything up to this point is like long, it's flowing, it's linked, it's lyrical. Long. And having that one note, ba, ba, ba. So only one note was short in there. Ba was long, the ba was short, and then ba back to long. So long, short, long. Having one short note in there makes such a change. That makes to be such a moment in the song. And if you think about the song, it's like a lot of times songs build up to a focal moment or like a moment of like maximum tension, maximum interest, and then there's a resolution. And when we hear, this is about 3/4 of the way, a little over 3/4 of the way through the song. And this right here, as subtle as it is, this is the moment, this is like the culmination of the entire song. This is the high point of the song, the ba-ba. But because the song's been so tastefully crafted up to this point, all it takes is one short note, one single short note, to create this entire new feeling in the music. Amazing. I think it's an Elton John song. Someone help me out. It might be Elton John. Might be Elton John. Anyway, this next one is called Spirit Crucible Eplis. Elpis. Elk, please. Oh, interesting drums coming in now. Lose Yourself by Elton John. Oh, that's funny. The Show Must Go On by Queen. Did someone say that immediately and I missed it? That's hilarious. A beautiful rendition featuring a lead violin instead of vocals of Drifting Soul. A fantastic, phenomenal song. This next one is called A Faint Hope, which was actually the original title after Star Killer. Star Killer, and it was A Faint Hope, then he finally decided on A New Hope. Ba 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 ba, or that same movement we heard before. Oh, it didn't go back to the chord before. This theme before, where I can't recall. Main theme? Okay, cool. Thank you, chat. Ooh! Listen to this slide. Oh! Bow. Oh! So cool again. Ow! Delicious. And of course, hints, or as we call them, motifs, when you take a little piece of a theme and sprinkle them around. The next one is called Cliffs of Moritha, which is right next to Ibiza. Check it out. So someone from chat asked if the main instrument here was a theremin. By the way, when I call you out in chat, it's not to say your ears aren't good or anything like oh, you don't know. I'm just saying someone asked a question, so I'm going to answer it. So please don't feel like I'm singling you out, even though I am technically singling you out. There's no malicious intent behind it. I just want to say, oh, someone asked a question, and then I'm going to respond to it. So someone from chat asked if there was a theremin, or theremin, or what that instrument was. Yeah, here. You can hear Jordan Rudess from Dream Theater and many other things. Phenomenal, amazing musician. You can hear he does a lot of stuff like this with his keyboards in his keyboard solos. And that's how I know for sure that's not theremin, because I've heard all these exact same sounds, these exact same techniques performed by Jordan Rudess. And again, check him out, check Dream Theater out. Incredible musicianship, incredible songwriting, amazing stuff. Still, we're going to be moving forward. Keyboards again, in your right ear. Oh, very fancy. Type of 3 in the chat if you heard those orchestra hits. Also known as big shot hits. Big shot hit. Alright, check that. This is one moment in here. Alright. There were many moments in this song that are just amazing. Check out this one moment here. Let's see if I get the time right here. maybe? Oh, right there. Oh my gosh. So it's like trills. So a trill is when you go back and forth very quickly between two notes. Like that. Except at the end when I'm taking my hand off the keyboard and hit that over. But here, look, listen to this. You hear that? See if you can hear it. Hear the type a 4 in the chat if you hear that trill right there. Type a 4 if you can hear the Yes! Y'all are hearing that trill. Oh, fantastic. By the way, if you're a lurker, feel free to type a 4. I'm not going to call you out. Okay. Oh, let's listen to it one more time. Such a delightful trill. Love it. Next one is called Land of Moritha. 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 Because this is Triller. Very funny. There's that marbles bouncing sound with more reverb there. It feels softer. So you remember I talked a couple songs ago about having that PVC pipe with like the steps and the marbles bouncing over it. What it is, it's like and I cannot recall off the top of my head the name of the effect or the type of reverb or whatever it is, but it's like you're playing one piano note and that one piano note gets repeated over and over again and you could hear it. Might be a really fast delay or a really fast echo, perhaps. Huh. All right, we're going to go check out The Decision, and then we're going to go listen to The Show Must Go On. So let's check out The Decision. See if I can get this pulled up over here on the YouTubes. I could probably do it on Spotify. All right. All right, now, check this out. That is what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Are some of you now hearing that connection? Let me know in the chat if you're now hearing that connection that I was sitting there racking my brains about. Yeah. All right. Mario says, yeah. Musicane says, I see it. Absolutely. Yeah, says Pikachu. Yeah, we hear it. All right, awesome. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 original soundtrack. This is part 5. I've never heard this music before in my life. I've also not played this game yet. So everything I say, do, talk about, teach, break down, play is all going to be off the top of my head in the moment. Let's start this thing rocking and rolling with Yggdrasil, which I feel like we might have heard already. Maybe it was a different Yggdrasil. This might be Yggdrasil's identical twin brother. Let's check it out. ending on a giant power chord. You might be saying, well, then what on earth do you mean? Everyone who was singing at this last note, they're all singing C's and G's. Not quite. So ending on those fifths is pretty interesting because that's one of the things that makes sometimes Gregorian chant sound the way it does, is having those fifths in there. Also interesting to end on that fifth because you hear how it almost sounds like, all right, I'll use a general metaphor and then I'll use a super nerdy metaphor. So a general metaphor is it kind of sounds like a cathedral. Just like the sound of it, not like it sounds like it's being sung in a cathedral, to be clear, but the sounds of the notes, the feeling that the notes creates. It's like this big open space with like pillars and things. And then, of course, for me, the image that always comes to mind is the Mines of Moria in the first Lord of the Rings film by Peter Jackson, when you see them running through the halls of Moria, away from first the goblins, and then, of course, the Balrog. This next one is called Past from Far Distance. Let's check it out. I figured out why my voice was quiet. Thank you, chat. A beautiful, beautiful song. Something I want to point out here, and this is for all my level 2 music theory folks who just learned about bringing a major 5 into a minor key. You have, essentially, 1, flat 7, I'm generalizing here, flat 6, and then 2, because we're in a minor key, 2 actually is going to be half diminished, then 5, but instead of 5 being minor, is if we harmonized the natural minor scale, it's actually going to be a major 5, so we're actually borrowing that from, you can think about borrowing it from the major scale, or borrowing it from the harmonic minor scale, and that creates a lot of tension. This chord right here is tension that pushes us back to this right here, which is resolution. My mic has a static hum when I'm talking. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll put it on mute, I'll jiggle it around, and we'll see what happens. Thanks for the heads up. This next one is called With People and Darkness. Yeah, so more main theme here. It's a little Game of Thronesy. I could go on all day about voicing, chord choice, and arrangement. But something I want to point out to you guys that you may have missed are these reversed sounds mixed in with the recording. That right there, that's a reversed piano. Here it is again. Okay, that's one reverse sound. And right under there, you could hear right at the end that there was actual a reverse sound layered in. Hear that? Whoop. Right there? That's a reverse sound mixed in with the forward sounds there as well. Right there at the end. Right there, that's another reverse sound mixed in. Yeah, it's lower down. And then right there, that pitch is also being reversed. Listen for it. It is. Knocked it down. So I wonder I wonder why on Earth there's those reverse sounds in there. Maybe it's just composition. Maybe it's telling something about the game. Is there anything going on when this song is playing in the game that is either unusual or backwards, otherworldly, inverted, evil? I know that's a lot of things, but those are all the things I could think of that might be associated with something that's reversed. Absolutely. Okay. Very depressing stuff. Says Jerome the Wise. Yes, both evil and otherworldly. Huge spoilers, but I'm spot on. Okay. Interesting. So, the reason why I say evil and otherworldly is, and let me explain to you how I got there. I got there because reversed sounds. Reversed is inversion. And if you think about it, like whenever like you have like a devil in movies, you see like all the crosses on the walls go upside down. It's an inversion. And it's sort of like this theme that we have of evil not being able to create something new in and of itself, but it can only take something that already exists and pervert it, change it in some negative way. So when I heard those reverse notes, like, okay, well, that might be a theme that we're seeing here. And so a lot of times evil will be associated with an inversion of something. This next one is called The Power of Jin. Personally, I prefer ginger ale, but this is a boss theme, Anna. I would have no idea. It doesn't sound like a boss theme yet. Oh, well, it's getting more threatening. Now it sounds like a boss theme. Yeah, gesturing a theme here, elements of it, little motifs. Are you guys ready for the most mind-blowing thing you're going to have heard all day? This boss theme, which I only know is a boss theme because someone said it was a boss theme, uses the same chord progression as Megalovania. Check it out. All right. Well, Megalovania doesn't go up to the 7th at the end, I don't think. But, all right, check it out. So basically we have A minor, G, D in first inversion, D over F sharp, to F. Megalovania does this whole thing up a fourth. D minor to C, to G over B, to B flat. How about them apples? So check it out. Megalovania in the original key. That's following that chord progression. Now, if we take it to A minor, let's see if I can do this. Fail me now. I hope you could type a 1 in the chat if you could hear the guitar playing over those chords. I messed up a couple notes. But see, there you go. Okay. Right. So look, we're playing the same notes as Megalovania, just in a different key, and it works over the same chords. And someone asked a question, is there a musical correlation to why the composers did a similar thing? Yes, it's because that chord progression gives the feeling of some big impactful thing happening. It's like those chords in that order also, to break it down a little bit further, what's going on in the bass is really interesting, and having this chromaticism here of G, F sharp to F also gives a really cool thing because you're also borrowing a chord from what is essentially the A melodic minor. Yes, A melodic minor, you'd get that D. You could also think about borrowing that D over F from the major. You could also think about it as kind of borrowing from the Dorian mode. I would personally think about it as borrowing from the Dorian mode. But if you don't know about modes yet, think about it as borrowing from the melodic minor. Because when you harmonize a real melodic minor, and the actual name of the scale is the real melodic minor, is you would have that F sharp from the 6th of A, which would get you that D major. Okay, let's keep this rocking and rolling with Praetor Amalthus, the acting god. I bet you that's who Sir Ian McKellen prays to before he walks on set. Here we go. Okay, we're hearing, oh my gosh. Jupiter. Okay, two things I want to point out here. Number one, this clearly, in my opinion, is a boss theme. Tell me if I'm wrong now, but I think it's a boss theme because we're hearing combinations of other things we've heard from different boss themes brought together here. So right here, we're hearing gestures at that Megalovania chord progression that we just heard in the Power of Jin. On top of that, we're hearing these very dramatic Latin lyrics that we have heard before. Can't quite remember where. We had heard these before, but it's like bringing different parts. Yeah, it is a boss. Yeah, so it's different parts of different boss themes coming together here. One more thing I want to point out is right there. So if you're wearing headphones, and if you're watching this, you should be wearing headphones or earbuds, because I'm going to be pointing out things in different ears. So I'm going to give you 15 seconds right now. If you have earbuds or headphones, put them on, plug them in, sync up your Bluetooth. I'm going to give you like 10 more seconds, rock it and roll it. Pause the stream if you need to, and you can catch up. You should have headphones on. So what I'm going to point out to you is happening in your left ear. Here we go. You hear that? Thing. That's a harp. Now, the reason why I want to point this out to you is because it's like I didn't hear the harp anywhere up to here, which means during this recording session, the harpist was just sitting there for 2 minutes, like checking their watch, just counting the. It's like a line of rest, and it just says 147 measures of rest, and they're just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3. And then it's like, oh, it's my time. Sprung. Let me just play every single string on this thing. Oh, it's my time again. Let me play every string on this instrument. Sprung. So I just thought that was a funny thing to point out if you think about what's actually going on in the harp. Okay, let's check out this next one, which is called Walking with You. Oh. Where did we hear this theme before, chat? Was this the pop song? This was the pop song, wasn't it? Okay, I'm about to go for a long shot connection here, chat. So roll with me. I could be 100% wrong, but if I'm 100% right, then I will be hailed as a genius for the generations to come. So, Walking With You. There's a song from the 80s by a Canadian pop artist named Gino Vanelli. I think he's Canadian, or maybe he's not Canadian. Anyway, his name is Gino Vanelli. Incredible pop music that's like inspired by jazz. It's some of the most amazing pop music you could ever want to hear. Now, in the intro, da da boom beep ba boom beep ba, walk the night. Right. So there's a moment in the chorus and even in the intro where it goes ba gu gi ga, like it does. Come on now. We'll find it. I'm going to invest 30 seconds in either looking like a genius or a complete fool. Here we go. I'm telling you, I don't have perfect pitch. That sounds like a similar key too. There's a time when they were repeating it. Well, I can't find it. But there's a moment where they're going, ba-gu-gi-ga, ba-gu-gi-ga-u-gu. Huh. So, yes, moments here. Perhaps Walk the Night inspired that little melodic gesture there. Taco Tony, make sure you hang out to the end of the stream because I'm going to answer all the super chats then. Orbital Ring, let's check it out. So yeah, I think we could safely say that I'm a genius and then also possibly a fool, but I'll let someone else figure it out. Okay, Orbital Ring. I always err on the side of saying I'm a genius just to be safe. Okay, which isn't safe. Orbital Ring, here we go. I'm not a genius in any way, shape, or form. I'm making a joke. It's like playing around with the main theme this whole time. Okay, something I want to point out here is ADSR. ADSR, which stands for Attack, Decay, Sustain, and Release. And these are, if you've ever created electronic music, settings for synthesizers. Attack is how quickly the note reaches its full volume. Decay is how quickly the note then decays from that full volume to the place where it will sustain. Sustain is how long the note stays for. And then the release is after you release the note, how long that note takes to actually dissipate back down to silence. Now what we're hearing here is a very, very, very long sustain on these notes. Here it comes. So you can hear. You hear how mine gets pretty quiet, but in this one, the highest note keeps on going. It's actually made a little bit louder. Listen. Hear that? Sustain, sustain, sustain. Up until when the next note starts, which effectively slurs the notes together, or you could think about it as perhaps being larger note values that are then tied together, that are then all slurred together. But a very interesting little moment there of attack, decay, sustain, and release actually shaping how the music sounds. This next one is called The Abandoned City, or as you might say, The Abandoned City. Let's check it out. Oh, 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 oh! Oh, there it is again. Let me just grab those notes real quick. Okay, so we have, oops, a doozy. Now the reason that's interesting, yeah, okay, so the reason that's interesting is because I was expecting, because it's basically a D minor. I was expecting to hear this. But no, raised sixth there, giving us that Dorian mode. And kind of like a G chord there, a major 4. So really that's when, like when we were talking about that Megalovania chord progression, that's what I was saying. You could think about having that major 4 in a minor key as coming from the Dorian mode. You could also think about it as being borrowed from the real melodic minor, D real melodic minor. Some advanced, well, moderately advanced level 2 music theory there for you. This next one is called Heart in the Fog. So I'm going to go down on a limb and say this song was in the time signature of 3/4. Now, if you just listened to that and went, Dan, what on earth are you talking about? That sounded just like a bunch of eggs thrown on a wall in terms of time signature. Yeah, but there's something in there, man. There's a pulse in there. On top of that, once composers start working with a grid, to go in and change that grid doesn't always happen. So you can stay in a grid and still make it sound super foggy. It's super interesting. One of the things that makes this sound super foggy is when you have these moments of these swells of sound in these different places. Like left ear, that type of a thing. That's part of what makes it feel so, yeah, it sounds like eggs on a wall. It's like you took a bunch of eggs and you're like, I'm in my kitchen. There's my kitchen wall. Let me throw the eggs at the wall. And that's sort of the rhythmic representation, right? It's like a little messy. You can tell they're eggs. You know they're eggs. You know you meant to throw them at the wall. There's intention behind it. But it's also like it's a little foggy. It's a little murky. There's eggs on a wall. All right. This next one is called Flashback. By the way, kids, don't try that at home. Thank you. This sounds really crazy. That was weird, in my subjective opinion. I loved it. Things to be weird and you can like it. I think it's a genius way of making music. So at the beginning, we sort of have almost like this heartbeat thing happening here. And then this one sound here. Just slowly modulating up. I'd be very curious to know how these sounds were made. But yeah, that's like you took the time out of your day to cook a really nice frittata with your eggs. And it's got like bell peppers and onions in it. And then you took the frittata and threw it at a wall. And then you're like, look at my frittata on the wall. Okay. By the way, it doesn't say it's bad. It's just say it's wild. It's so cool. I don't think I'd ever would have like come up with something like this And so this is the level of genius at play here. By the way, I'm not saying that because I couldn't come up with it, it is genius. I'm just saying it is genius. This one is called Sea of Clouds. A frittata. Do you all not eat frittatas? A very beautiful song. I got slightly distracted by the amount of vitriol directed towards frittatas versus quiches. Okay, hear me out. I'll talk about the music in a second. Look, frittatas are great, but here's the thing. Even if you put cheese on or in a frittata, the amount of cheese and I think the textural component of a quiche is always, for me at least, going to win. Also, the fact that the quiche a lot of times has a crust. Oh, you throw that wheat into the mix, man. You need that wheat, a nice wheat crust. Oh, and then you get a nice quiche Lorraine. Or, yeah. But that's that. That's just me. Hey, let's get back to the music. I think what's interesting is what we've heard over the past couple songs is really a different, clearly we're in a different geographical location. Like that's obvious because not only from the song names, things like Orbital Ring, Abandoned City, Heart and Fog, Sea of Clouds, Fog, Clouds, yeah, we're talking about, you know, that moisture, that condensation. And when we're talking about that, we're clearly in a different place where there happens to be a lot of moisture and a lot of condensation. And we could hear that there's a change in the music. This sounds like nothing we've heard so far in this OST. It's completely different. It's a complete shift. And typically in games, you get that when you're in a different place. I'm not sure when it builds up that something. But at the beginning, it's like very, very delicate. Very gentle. It's delicate like when you fry an egg, the very edges of the egg get so thin. It's like past paper thin. That's what it's like. It's like the thinness of the edge of a fried egg. This next one is called Disappearing World. All right, we're gonna jump back a ways. All right, here, check this out. Right, so you have the strings going da-ga-da, 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, doing these triplet feels. These groups of 3, essentially. So we have strings doing groups of 3, and over it, we have sham, duggy, jam, shaka, shiba, dudish, shriba, daba, eat some eggs with mayonnaise, and then yeah. I want some egg frittata. Won't you cut me a piece? Won't you cut a piece? Right? And then what that does is ba 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 ba. Egg frittatas are so yummy. Please cut a piece. I want to eat more. Please pass the cheese. Right? And over that, da, got 2 and 3 and 4, and we have the doga da doga da doga da doga da da. And so that's juxtaposition between this binary 1 and 2 versus this ternary 1, 2, 3 situation we have going on here. And that's what creates such a juxtaposition. Okay. This next one is called Battle in the Skies Above. I thought that was going to a major 7. Come on, drums. Come on, baby. Let's go. Okay, so check this out. Something that's really interesting here is the sound of the cymbal. Not a cymbal as in like a flag is a symbol of a country, but a cymbal as in a cymbal that a drummer plays. Now what's really interesting about this cymbal sound is it starts in the right ear and then it kind of ends in the left ear. Hear that? See if you can hear it. It goes, and you have a sound that stays here and then a new sound that happens here, and those two sounds together give your brain the idea of the cymbal. Hear that? and it goes right, left, right, left, right. It's really fascinating. You don't hear cymbals mixed like that or sounding like that every day. So while it is common to have cymbal, the actual instrument, placed the way that this is placed, to have the cymbal sound like this is actually quite unusual. And I think this might be the first time in my life I've ever heard a cymbal sounding quite like this with this little pa-zh thing that's going on between the two ears. So yes, Rad, from the chat, I agree. Not only is it rad, to your namesake, but it is neato. This next one is called After Despair and Hope. I think lunch is after despair and hope. Here we go. Come on. Oh, let's go. That bass is tapping. That's tapping bass. And tapping guitar. Okay, I want to point out something that's actually a rhythmic motif. Check this out. The rhythm, when we hear it all throughout the song, even right here at the very end. Ba, 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 ba. All right, everyone, you can do this with me. If you're at home, clap it with me. If you're out in public, just do your fingers together like this so people don't think you're crazy. So, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Ba, 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 ba. Everyone, ba, 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 ba 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 ba. Come on, try lighting. You two. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ba 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 ba. All right, now check this out. So we can hear it here. Ba 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 ba. Now we can also hear it. Ba, 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 ba. There it is again. Again in the horns. There it is in the background. Bump, 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 bump. Here it is. Listen to it. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 black sheep, have you and me, wool, sir. Now, we actually heard that as well. We also heard that in Battle in the Skies Above in these taiko drums, perhaps being taiko drums. So, what you can hear then, we've actually heard that rhythm throughout this entire soundtrack, but just hearing how that's connected and associated with the bots, and I think it may also be coming from Counterattack. Might be the first time that we heard that. Let's see if I can go back and find Counterattack to really bring this home. What disc is Counterattack on, guys? Chat, help me out. Oh, I found it. Disc 3. Let's see. What? Yeah, kind of. There it is again, also in Counterattack. So it's not just leitmotifs, and motifs don't just have to be notes. They can also be rhythms. Okay. Next song is Our Hope, I think. We just have to despair and hope. Yes, Our Hope. I love that sus chord to the resolution there. Beautiful. Oh my, so many things we've heard throughout this OST. so many things that we've heard throughout this OST. I mean, even like... Two. Yeah, and that sus4, sus2, 3. What key are we in? There we go. Hearing that throughout the OST, and I think there was two songs where we heard that, in addition to a whole bunch of others of this song we've heard in other places. This one is called Parting. Huh. Huh. Oh. Oh! Oh! That was so beautiful, it made me cry. Let's go back and listen to that party, and that was amazing. That's actually pulling from a theme we have heard before in this OST, but wow. Wow. Oh, the emotion. The emotion. So bittersweet but profound. Like even there where it does that secondary dominant, which a lot of times would sound cheesy. It's not even. Wow. 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 I don't even want to break down just like the emotion in that music. It's like, that's the point of art, man. It's to make you really feel something. And you know, we can sit around and talk about music theory all day. And it's fun to do. But it's so important to remember that what really, really counts, is the emotion and the experience. And it's like, you can see a beautiful house, and that's what this is like. It's like walking into a beautiful house. It's like that house got built because people understood physics, and they understood building materials, and they knew how to use tools. I don't even have any tissues. They knew how to use tools, and they knew geometry, right? Like, all those realistic things needed to happen to build the house. And that's what music theory is, right? It's the tools. It's the understanding. It's understanding physics, understanding geometry. It's understanding how everything can come together so that every once in a while, something truly beautiful and special can happen. And it does not happen every day. But my goodness, when it does, and it's like, as musicians, we work so hard to understand all these rules for these moments, these singular moments, when music can truly take you and transport you to a place where you would never go otherwise, make you feel things that you would never feel otherwise. And it's so much work, and it's so hard to get there. But it's all worth it when you find moments like this. Okay. Whew. Let's listen to the next one. It's called The Tomorrow With You. There was our rhythm theme there. Another beautiful song. Let's listen to the next one. That one got me crying again. Escape going through the clouds. It's a beautiful piece that basically revolved around the ba da da bo da ba de da so ba di ba do be do ba di ba do be, and I didn't just sing that 100% accurately, but you can hear it throughout this entire piece of music. Even the rhythms, it's all based around that one idea. Right, so it's not quite hitting it on the head there, but you hear that ba do ba. Yeah, it's all gesturing. This entire piece is based around one single idea, and everything's just gesturing at it, really driving home that there's one single place you've arrived. I'm assuming. I mean, I know Elysium is. I think it's the Greek term for essentially heaven, nirvana, Shangri-La, Tirnaloka. Whatever you want to, however you want to slice it, heaven, the promised place, and that it's showing you that there's one place, like and there's so many cultures throughout the world that have this idea. Like I said, it's named 4 different things. So Shangri-La would, I think, be a sect of Buddhism. Tirnaloka would be Hinduism. Heaven would be Christianity and I think Judaism. I'm not sure the name in Islam for it. Yeah, Elysium. It's like the promised fields. The Valhalla Vikings talked about. It's like there's one place. There's one place where you go. There's one idea. This next one is called White All Around Us. A beautiful credits theme pulling different themes and pieces from around the soundtrack. Let's listen to one more, and then I'm going to go find some tissues and blow my nose. Here we go. One Last You. Oh, beautiful harmonics.
Very end of eternity, the final day has come to an end. It's gone for good. I would then slowly close my eyes and be cuddled by the shining memory piece. It will trace back all the memories with you. That's the only wish I have. The last day with you was truly magical. The frozen time began to fly.
Yo, she can sing.
At last the longest night has gone and brought it light. I felt myself melt in the morning final grain of sand is dropped. I will slowly, so quietly fall into sleep. I see you just fade away. Your silhouette has gone the other side of the mist, and all the memories with no sound, so quiet, just like in slow motion. It moves so slowly, and so the last day with you was truly magical. The frozen time began to fly. At last the longest night is gone and brought in light. I felt myself melt in the morning light. You have gifted many things to me, but I wonder if I could have done the same for you. If you would let me, I will give back a handful. If it would put a little smile on your Can I ask you, God, despite all of this,
Oh, wow.
could the sand and glass somehow take back the time? One last time is all I ask from you.
Huh. What an amazing way to end a beautiful and emotional journey through the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 original soundtrack. Man, I'm gonna cry again. You know how much work it was to make this soundtrack? And the level it's done at, man? The level of care and love and talent and sweat and precision that was put into creating this piece of art. Forget about the video game. Just the music. Amazing. I want to give you all a sincere thank you for going on this journey with me as I got to discover this incredible music. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to every single one of you. Really, thank you. I'm going to go grab a box of tissues because I really don't have any tissues in here, and I'll be back and we'll read some super chats and things. Hang out. I'll be right back. I know where the tissues are. They're in the hallway. I'll be right back. Okay. And we are still live. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan and you are watching a music teacher's reaction to the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torna, the Golden Country original soundtrack. I've never heard this music before in my life. I've also not played this game yet, so everything I do say, talk about, teach, and play is going to be off the top of my head in the moment. Let's start with, the beginning of our memory. We are live. Welcome, chat. Let's do this thing. The beginning of our memory. Ooh. Huh. A very beautiful piece of music. Now, as this is the first song in this OST, I'm not going to say too much because I want to listen to a couple more, and then I'll start to make some connections and point some things out. This next one is called Lusaria Woodland. So something to point out here is that all the instruments that were used in this song, in this piece, were acoustic instruments. So none of them used any sort of electronic amplification or anything like that. On top of that, if the recorder we heard, the recorder is like that whistling sound, you know, that sort of whistling type sound, that's an instrument called a recorder. Now, they do make them out of plastic. They do also make them out of wood. So another interesting connection is that this is called Lusaria Woodland, and that all the instruments we heard throughout this entire piece, if that recorder is indeed made out of wood, not made out of plastic, are actually made out of wood. Check this out. We're hearing a guitar, acoustic guitar, that's made out of wood. We're hearing a bass, an acoustic bass that's made out of wood. We're hearing a recorder that's made out of wood. Now we're hearing bongos. Now we're hearing bongos, which are made out of wood. Sure, with they're membranophones, so with a membrane system of it, but the body's typically made out of wood. We're also hearing maraca shakers, which again, like the recorder, could be made out of plastic, but are also sometimes made out of wood. This next one is called Battle Torna. Huh. So, I want to point something out to you guys here, and this is the 3 solos that take place in the middle here. Okay. Piano solo. Bass solo. Okay. Now, what's happening here is not quite trading eights, but the idea is trading eights. So trading eights means each instrument is going to take 8 measures solo. So first, the piano does 8 measures of solo. Then the bass does 8 measures of solo. Then the drum does 8, but then the drum takes another 8 for 16 to make the entire solo section 32 measures in total. Very interesting to hear this in video game soundtrack. I don't think we've heard jazz like this since maybe Ace Combat 7 or perhaps the Final Fantasy 7. Oh, that remake, the Final Fantasy 7 remake where it got really jazzy and things. This is really cool, and I'm enjoying this a lot. Sounds fantastic and phenomenal. This next one is called Four-Limbed Titan Gormott. Yeah, soprano sax. Let's go, baby. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm 150% loving these things that I believe we have heard before in Xenoblade coming back here in this totally revamped new presentation with this sort of jazz funk fusion thing going on here. Something to notice is really, number one, the drums. Oh my goodness, this drummer is like... laying it down. I mean, laying it down. Yeah, so Gormott, 500 years ago, Gormott but jazzy. Wow. I think what I really love too about this is like, it's one of those moments where, you know, when someone takes something like The Witcher and they make a TV show out of it, and you're like, yo, okay, like this is cool. For me, this is one of those moments where it's like you take an already existing thing, an already existing property, like an intellectual property, like Xenoblade, and then you take it and you throw it into the jazz world, and it's like, oh, this is so cool. This next one is called Kingdom of Torna. we're going to go straight through Kingdom of Torna Night. And I'll have some things to say. Huh. Okay. So I actually have a thing to say about everything we've heard so far, including Kingdom of Torna. So someone said in chat, oh, this sort of feels medieval to me. One of the things that made one of the earlier songs feel medieval, it's actually the notes that are used, in addition to some other things, but we're just going to focus on the notes for now, because we've actually seen a connection between I think track 1, 2, 3, 4, all 6 so far, the entire first half of this DLC, what we've heard is the use of something called the Dorian mode. Now, what a Dorian mode is, it's like a natural minor scale, but you raise the 6th. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. The first time I played a natural minor scale. So. And sure, we have heard some B-flat chords mixed in there too. But something that's actually giving a feeling and a sound to a lot of these tracks so far is the use of this Dorian mode. The difference between this, so like, listen to the difference here. Versus totally different vibe, right? That first one almost has sort of a happier vibe to it, a easier vibe. It's a gentler thing. And because of those chords and those notes, it actually gives a different feeling to a lot of the pieces we've heard so far in this OST. We're going to listen to the next 2 in a row, and then I'll give some thoughts. They are Oresco, Royal Capital, Day, and then Night theme. We're going to go straight through to the next. I'm also pulling up my super chats thing's not working here on the live stream. I'm getting it set up over here in a different window. I love the melody. It's so catchy. Okay, so here's something I want to point out. According to chat, this is all taking place like 500 years before the time of Xenoblade. Now, what's interesting, now I was talking about the acoustic instruments all being made out of wood, but so far, we've only heard acoustic instruments. And if you think about it, in Xenoblade, we heard a lot of things. We heard reversed sounds. We heard synthesizers. We heard even things like the sound of piano being manipulated so that the sustain would be even longer than it would be normally. But here, throughout this entire soundtrack, we're hearing acoustic instruments as they are without any manipulation past maybe some reverb. So I think what's interesting about that is that if you think about older music versus newer music, the newer music that we have now does indeed have all these electronic elements because of the advent of electricity, as well as tons of inventions along the way. But if we look at a basic fundamental shift, we can think about pre-electricity to after electricity got invented. And we can see that music after electricity got invented was fundamentally changed, and we've never looked back. But before electricity was invented, all we had were acoustic instruments. So the only type of music we could have made sounded something like this. Obviously, it wasn't quite as poppy because pop music had not really gotten to that point yet. But my point being that we're trying to live in the same world but go back in time. So this use of acoustic instruments also is a signifier of us going back in time, of us not being in the present moment that the typical story we think of takes place, because in the typical story, in the typical OST, there's a lot of electronic elements, whereas here there are literally zero, count them, none, no electronic elements at all, which gives the feeling of this being older in the sense that there's no electricity being used. So an interesting connection there. This next one is called Over Despair and Animus. We heard this before. Oh yeah, we just heard this in disc 5. And the reason I know this because I was like, oh, Jupiter, because this sounds like Jupiter from the Seven Planets. Well, the start of the Jupiter theme. Okay, so we have a couple things being pointed out by chat. Number one is connections to Praetor Amalthus, and then also connections after Despair and Hopes. Kind of a callback. Very interesting there. Now, ba do do da do do ba do do ba do da ba do da ba 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 da da is something like Jupiter's theme, I believe, if I'm not totally off on that, but I don't think I am. Okay, this next one is called Our Paths May Never Cross. Oh, that piano is sick. Oh yeah. All right, come on. Here's our show must go on theme, which is really played with strings. Now here with woodwinds. Okay, so many cool things from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 here. So, number one, we're hearing that the show must go on thing from Queen. Right there. And then as we also talked about in Disc 5 of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, we have this Megalovania chord progression, essentially. And this actually is in the same key as Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Oh, all right. A little further back. There you go. That's actually the Megalovania chord progression right there that we also heard in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. The next one is called A Moment of Eternity.
through the sunset sky. This wind will carry lots of memories. When you look around, you won't see me anywhere, but you will feel in the air that I am there. For a time I will be away, with the wind gusting along. I'll just say it won't be too long. Soon enough we will meet one day. Sentimentally, the time passes by, and all we shared was a moment, I know. But that moment will shine us through to the sky. So don't look back, let the moment be forever. Speed of time was different for us. Not to say that was all bad. Nonetheless, those moments we've treasured will be carved into stone eternally.
Yeah, come on, guitar. Yeah, you play that thing. All right.
So please never forget all the precious time we shared. The warmth of your hands. Don't forget, don't look back, I'll be there. Promise me that you'll walk again. Won't you show me that smile? And I know you will find that someone who will help you move on. Since that day you came and took my hand, our story began. So don't be scared to reach out for someone. I know you will be fine. Just go
A lovely DLC original soundtrack coming out of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. You might notice I didn't get too analytical on it today, as I did with much of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. That's because I was just really enjoying the music. It was really pleasant to listen to. It was delightful. I loved the callbacks to Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Hey, More content over here, down here. Subscribe. It's up there. It's down there. Oh, it's everywhere. More stuff. Click it. There's stuff there. Oh, it's there. It's everywhere. How long are we gonna do this for? I don't know, but it's 20 seconds. Here we go. Click there.